back. We're live, pal. Welcome back, my gremlins. Today, we're hoping, maybe not hoping, but expecting to wrap up Disco Elysium today. So, it's going to be pretty interesting. I really don't know where things are going to go from here. I have my suspicions. The biggest red flag, I would say, from yesterday's stream was those footprints that we found that did not look or seem to be Ruby's, even though they were at the scene of the crime. Could that mean that Ruby's not the killer and she's protecting someone else? Or could it be a flub, a red herring trying to get me off Ruby's trail? I don't know. I do not know. But we got our gun back, ready to go. I got my drink. I got Lay's dill pickle chips. Oh, you know we're going crazy today. Oh, so tangy. You know it's going to get wild in here. We're going to be having a good time. That's for true, and that's for true. All right. Let's get things launched. Let's get things ready. I always want to give a little bit of extra time for people to get in here. All right. I do also have it on the ultra short latency now. So hopefully that'll help with some of the comments. I know like one of the other streams I was having a long discussion with someone and it was a little choppy, so it made it a little hard to stay together. Okay. I'm going to hit play. I just realized my my camera's like slightly zoomed out. Let me get in here. There we go. Okay. Continue. I almost want to like take another second, you know? I don't want to initiate this showdown with Ruby until I know that people are ready, you know? This is really exciting stuff. Okay. What do I think I would need for this? She fears me, right? So maybe I would want like authority-based stuff. Because she has that like hesitancy when it comes to me, right? She ran away because of that being afraid of me. This one's suggestion, that's not bad. I don't know if I have anything else with authority. Disco ass blazer. Do I have better shoes I could put on? Or glasses? I don't think I've collected that many pairs of shoes. That open. The drama one. Go with actually I like that. We'll do this. We'll do this. We'll stick with this, see what happens. Oh, I need my flashlight. Did say to walk, right? Although I kind of already ran in here last time I was in here, so we'll see if that makes a difference. Alrighty. Almost midnight. It feels strange. A concrete pipe buried in sand and dust. It sounds strange. It's like a lot of reverberation. Nothing there. Maybe it's the radio?
Suddenly, your entire body is paralyzed. Aggressive white noise fills your skull. A strange pain, like you've never felt before. Through the static, you hear a woman's voice. It's like 1,000 radio stations are being blasted into your head all at once. But her words are the only ones you can make out.
I know you're feeling pretty uncomfortable right now. Don't move too much or fight it. That'll just make it worse. Can't say it's a pleasure, officer. I was really hoping not to make your acquaintance. But here we are.
As she says the word officer, you feel a spike in the agony. It sounds like the entire radio frequency range is screaming directly into your neural pathways.
You said don't fight it, right? Is covering my ears fighting it?
That's an awful decision.
Oh.
Why would you not want to shield yourself from it? It's an entirely new type of experience. Way worse than all the previous ones. Don't focus on the pain. Focus on doing your job. Tell her she's under arrest.
You're under arrest?
Really now? Check this out.
You're overwhelmed with a new surge of violent static. It feels like a blood vessel exploded in your brain.
I'm using a pale latitude compressor. You and your partner have been caught in its field.
The explosion of static you're hearing. It's the ULAN frequency blasted from that pale emitter that Angus mentioned.
Sorry, questions. It's a ULAN frequency.
Saw my equations? You've been sniffing through my lorry, right? I expected as much. I am a bit surprised you knew what you were looking at.
What is going on?
You should probably check on Kim. That's what good partners do.
Right behind you, officer.
A pale latitude compressor is used to sort of make the pale more manageable. With a lot of these, you can force a radio signal grid on the pale, literally crunch the distance across it. Signals are relayed across a series of repeater stations fixed to buoys. Not a fun job manning those stations. All alone out there in the pale, people lose their minds in just a few years.
So, what we are experiencing is a concentration of radio waves.
He gestures forward something with great effort.
Precisely. This is an industrial strength paraboloid. It's meant for forcing dimensions on something that doesn't have them. Needless to say, the frequencies used are out of this world. At the upper limit is the large prime number generator station. It's used specifically
She does.
for pale
You're right.
latitude compression. That's why you may be hearing some numbers. But you might also hear, or think you're hearing, local radio chatter.
This must be how the twins heard the radio in their heads. They must have been standing by when she tested it. She's been holed up in here for a while with no one to talk to. Keep her talking, and you just might get an opportunity to break you loose.
What's this pail
Pale?
anyway?
It's the end of the world.
How'd you get your hands on this
I
thing?
built it myself.
Not swords of
That's
fortune.
illegal. I'm guessing it's patented. But we are beyond that, aren't we?
Oh yeah, way beyond.
She studies her death ray and the law officials trapped in it. Will I stay like this forever?
No. Once I shut down the compressor, the pain will end. It may take a few minutes for
That's
you
illegal.
to steady yourself, though. It's a bit like waking out of a very confusing dream.
This is crazy. Have you experienced the compressor yourself?
Yeah, I stuck my head in there before using it on you. It seemed like the ethical thing to do. Can't say that I enjoyed it. The field was weaker, but I can imagine what you're going through.
This is all great, but let's talk about the man who was killed.
Yeah, let's not talk about that shit. You were hunting me and fell into my trap instead. That's all there is to say about it.
So she thinks of you as hunters, not cops, and of herself merely as prey.
The gooning gang. We're in a prime goon sesh right here, if you couldn't tell.
If you've got something really important to say, you can do it through the white noise.
You're looking for a deal with my mattress. Turn this.
The lieutenant clutches his head, grimacing.
God damn it.
She regards you and Kim with sudden sympathy.
Fine. If you really want to talk, I can dial it down. I've also got a gun, by the way.
She steps reluctantly out of the shadows. The
The
pain
gun
lessens.
she's carrying is a two-barreled front loader, not like the murder weapon. Well, it doesn't feel much better, but you can form sentences now. Thinking doesn't seem to hurt as much.
This is getting crazy.
Just keep her talking, and you'll get through this. There's only 3 meters.
She
between
doesn't have
you
the
and
murder
machine.
weapon.
If you keep her distracted for long enough, maybe. Be careful when you make your move. That'll be it for questions. Bide your time.
How did you know we were coming?
I heard you in the passages, and I've been preparing for quite a while.
Hiding bullets under floorboards?
So you found my shack, huh? I'm not surprised.
Her tone is bitter. She thinks she's been betrayed.
She didn't rat you out, by the way. The washerwoman.
So nice. That's one knife I didn't want to find in my back.
Preparing for the worst?
I was. Before I caught you in the pale latitude compressor. I'm fine now.
Oh yeah, real fine.
That's her admitting the bullet was an emergency exit.
Did you shoot Lely?
No, I didn't do it. I only helped stage the lynching. Though I doubt that makes much of a difference to you.
It does.
Who ratted me out, by the way? Was it Titus? No, he wouldn't have broken first.
She's clearly a gender traitor. You're right, Claudia was the first to share her suspicions.
Oh. I knew the kitten had claws, but not like this. But she couldn't have known I was on the coast. How did you find me?
Titus told me it took some convincing.
Oh, fuck. Took some convincing my ass. And those guys liked me, I know it. This is what happens to people whom people like.
A dull despair is creeping into her voice.
How the fuck did the rest of you get by?
Wait, wasn't it you who called me the human can opener? It's not personal. I opened
I
them up.
did, didn't I? Now you've come for me. Fuck them all the same.
Yeah, why not? Fuck them.
That did make her forgive.
It didn't really give me an option to not rat them out. I do it by asking questions, and I have some for you.
Like what? I already told you I didn't do it.
A strong moral compass. She still wants the opportunity to make a case for herself.
Would you say Lely was a likable person?
I didn't like him. Hardened mercenaries aren't particularly likable types.
There's nothing more personal that you had against him? Perhaps his way with women?
You think I was envious of his conquests?
Snitches
Look,
get stitches.
Pussy's not a problem for me. And definitely not a reason to off someone.
Okay. You don't feel sympathy for mercs? It's hard work.
Plenty of broken people who don't come with that kind of body count. Besides, they're paid well for what they do.
I mean, it sounds like you're pretty proud of your body count. Did you feel protected of the Union?
Yeah, sure. And I didn't like Wild Pines sending in those foreign hirelings. Me and a fuck ton of other people around here.
She didn't hate him, okay?
The other questions.
I'm listening.
Do you have an alibi for when Lily was shot?
Man, I was with the boys the whole night. I hope they at least bothered to impress that upon me.
They said you left to take a really long leak, like 15 minutes.
Yeah, and I'm sure they also made some funny remarks about it. They always do. I've driven a lot of long haul and chugged a lot of beer, man. Can't do either without some power of mind over bladder. And anyway, that wouldn't have been enough time.
Our investigation has shown that 15 minutes was just enough time to commit the murder.
Wow. Now I'm curious. Please, explain.
There's a secret way from the first floor to the whirling to the roof.
Don't know it, but also...
I was with the boys all night. I bet you were, lady. Oh, Ruby here is not interested in men. That is something that was revealed to us much earlier.
The shot couldn't have come from the roof, or we would have all heard it downstairs.
She has a point there. No one mentioned.
I mentioned that. I brought up that shit so long ago. Fuck you.
That didn't go super well. You've got to lay something better on her.
You have a gun.
And?
I see it's a front litter. Do you have another gun somewhere?
Sure don't.
The breech loader?
No.
Do you collect guns? Maybe old rifles?
No, they're not practical. Break too often.
Where'd you get
The
it?
gun store.
What gun
Trigger
store?
Happy Jacks.
Really?
What did you think? That I'm going to squeal on my gun supplier? Sorry, I'm not that kind of gal.
This other evidence.
Yeah, evidence.
You like Klasia a lot.
I considered her a good friend, yeah.
Are you a girl like her? But you wanted to be more than just friends.
Oh, so that's where you were going with this.
You said you wanted to run away with her.
That's a very sentimental way of putting it. We both had pasts we didn't want to catch up with us, and we enjoyed listening to music together. Why not go on a road trip?
The lieutenant watches her expectantly, occasionally shaking from the pain.
Okay, fine. I was into her. Clausy was into me too for a time, I know it. We even fooled around once. And yeah, after that I thought maybe we could make a go of it.
Klasia only said they maybe kissed. Someone is lying.
Wait, Klasia said you only kissed.
If that's what she wants on the record, so be it. I'm not about to go into details for you to jerk off to later.
Seriously,
That's fair.
just move on.
Then what happened?
She rejected me
She
with
gets
some
it.
wishy-washy bullshit about how she was confused because she felt so close to me.
Sinner.
And valued my friendship so much, and how guilty she felt for leading me on. I knew that wasn't the whole story, but thought, fine, I'll take it and move on.
No ill will then. It wasn't a problem for her.
Klasia said you very angry when she started seeing Lely, threatened her.
Yeah, one time when we'd both been drinking, I said some heated things about how dangerous her patterns with men were. I was a little worried she'd blow it out of proportion in her head. All the drugs she was doing can make you feel like you're living in a DeLorean tragedy.
By the way, DeLorean tragedies are still held in high regard for innovation.
I didn't ask,
language,
Encyclopedia.
and motifs. They are also known for overwrought emotions leading to catastrophic outcomes.
Is peeping one of your hobbies?
I'm not following your clever insinuations.
There's
today.
a hole in the wall. You can see into Klasia's room. I wouldn't blame you if you've...
If I want to stare at a pretty girl, I can pick one up at a bar. Or, worst case scenario, look at a naughty photo. Who has time to go skulking about the whirling? drilling holes in walls.
Cassia looks like a girl in one of your posters. She seems to be your type.
What the fuck, man? She's everyone's type. She's your type. Are you sure you're not the one who is excited about the peephole?
She's beginning to suspect you've broken into her lorry now.
So you haven't been watching Cassia through a hole in the wall.
Look, she has an effect on people. That je ne sais quoi that makes
Je ne
it
sais quoi.
impossible not to look at her when she walks into the room.
Where the
and
men can
very
see it
difficult
all.
to look away. But travel enough and you realize, for the same reason that she's everyone's type as an object of desire, she's not irreplaceable.
As I think you helped her by staging the lynching?
Yeah, the girl seemed terrified. The merc was beyond caring what happened to his mortal coil. It was a no-brainer. Go ahead. It's your body.
And mine too, he thinks. But keep on. This must be done.
Do you like to hang out on rooftops?
Who doesn't? Oh, you probably mean Claudia's rooftop. Sure, I've hung out there. She's got this great antenna.
What's so great about her antenna?
It's very powerful. I used it to tune into RCM frequencies. That's how I knew to be prepared for your arrival.
I don't like bug girls. I like men. Is that the only reason you hung out on the roof?
The view's pretty bomb, too. But you might say the antenna was the main attraction there, yeah. Along with Claudia.
So you're sure you didn't shoot the merc on the roof?
Yes, I'm sure. And anyway, as I said before, the shot had to have come from afar.
You're running drugs for the Union. I've been through your lorry.
So, Heart of Gold Tommy fucked me over, too. Never trust a musician.
That's true.
That really comes as a blow to her.
No, he didn't. I found my own way in.
Okay, great. You got into my lorry on your own. What now? You're going to arrest me for drug trafficking?
Beneath it, she's relieved Tommy didn't betray her.
You had a financial incentive to kill the merc.
Man, it's to get away from all that murderous shit that I left Jamrock, my previous employer, for the Union.
She deliberately avoided naming the mob she worked for.
I did notice
Might
that.
be able to find this out later.
I got lucky being a dispatcher. Never had to do any of
Dispatcher?
the really dirty work myself. This gun has only been used for self-defense against serious scum.
But you're threatening us with it.
Based on what I've heard about you, you are serious scum.
Okay, let's take a step
Yeah?
back.
More questions before doing anything.
Who killed the merc if it wasn't you?
How should I know? As I keep saying, he already had a bullet in his head when I got to him, and there hasn't been any useful gossip over the radio.
Those rings around her eyes, her tired voice. She's been staying up late, listening in on the conversations crisscrossing Martinez.
Police radio? You've been following the case?
Who hasn't? You know, I can still see him there, in Claus's room, lying on his side.
Beat him with a bat and Injustice 2.
He was still warm, but the bluish light coming through the broken window made him look as though he'd been dead for a good long while.
What happened Sunday night? Tell me your version.
She eyes you warily, as though gauging your sincerity. She's refusing to adopt the demeanor of a cornered animal, a leader with no one to lead. She still wants to retain some control of the situation.
Neutralism? Yeah,
okay.
I like that. Neutralism.
We
did
just
it.
want to...
All right,
I
don't kill
believe you,
yourself
finger
over it.
boy.
I was shooting the shit with Hardy and the boys over a few beers, like always. Then Klasia comes in, all pale and shuddering. She sits down with a drink, trying to steady her nerves. So I grab a seat next to her.
Costa said you knew something was wrong immediately.
No, I really didn't. She's not that easy to read. I just assumed she'd done too much blow. It wouldn't be a first for her. But no such luck. She was in some deep shit.
Yeah.
She asked me to come upstairs. The merc she'd been going with was lying on the bedroom floor, dead. I knew she couldn't get the authorities
He
involved.
and the streamer
so
have
yeah.
never kissed. Never. Asa said you seemed to have a plan prepared when you got there.
What? No. Faking a lynching was her idea.
Oh shit! Her idea!
In cold blood. It really surprised me how quickly she was able to get a hold of herself once we got up there. It was like she was another person. The party girl was gone. She asked me to help her drag him into the shower so she could wind the shower head around his neck to fake lividity. Then she dressed him while I went to get the Hardy Boys.
She lied to you about that, too.
That's bad that she'd be so calm.
Yeah. I wasn't sure whether to admire her or be disturbed.
Did you think she killed Lely herself?
As I keep telling you cops, we didn't hear anything downstairs. No gunshot, nothing.
But even if this is true, weren't you worried this lynching might lead to...
War? The thought crossed my mind. But the mercenary's death was going to have repercussions either way. Although the way things are going...
She doesn't want to talk about this, but not because she has something to hide. She doesn't want the guilt.
Fuck it. I'm not responsible for these people after what they did to me.
If you didn't kill him, why hide?
I saw you roll into town. I wasn't about to stick around for questioning by a goddamn La Puta Madre agent.
What do you mean, La Puta Madre?
Yes, you. Everyone says you're his peon, his human can opener.
You feel something in your chest, an unnatural pressure. It's spreading to your left arm, your jaw. Well, this feels familiar.
So I'm guessing this is bad.
Very, very bad.
Oh no.
This is the end bad. Get it together, boy. You've got to hold on, no matter how bad.
Try to remain conscious.
All you feel is pain and weakness. You have to surrender now. We all do. It gets so dark. You don't even see her face. Like you always thought you
I ran out of heals.
only see pain and fear. Cop suffers final heart attack.
Damn it. Okay, well, let's go buy some more heals for that. I only had one heal going in and I used it. She called you a human can opener and you just fucking died. Let's go back to 7-Eleven. That's my bad. I wondered. I was like, ah, shit. I also, so it was pain threshold is what I need, right? Did I have anything for +1 pain threshold? Let's get that. Sure, there were some other checks, but it seems like I'll throw physical instrument in on as well. Yeah, we'll rock those and see if that helps a bit. How many times have we died already? That's only my second death.
Is filled with various medicine bottles.
Okay, here. I hope Saint Baptiste makes you feel better or something. Okay, here.
Alright.
I hope Saint Baptiste.
I hope. Didn't ask, lady. Damn. I'm gonna have to like skip through some dialogue or something. Get back to where we were. We were getting a lot out of her. A lot of interesting details. Yeah, I think that's just my second death. Be better to have my. I'll equip the gun. He told me to bring. Them clouds do be pissing. Look at you with the funny hat and sword gun and a boy looking ass detective. Oh, when did I put the hat on? Did I have the hat on the whole time? Oh, I did have that on before I saved in. Give me the perception and give me authority, yeah. There was some ammo here.
Suddenly, your entire body is like 1,000.
I know
Okay.
you're feeling pretty uncomfortable. Can't say it's a pleasure, officer.
As she
Okay.
says the word of
Cover your ears.
nobody. That's not going to help. You can't shield yourself from this. Don't focus on the pain. Focus on
Really?
you're overwhelmed with
Ah,
a new surge of
this one.
violent static. It feels like a blood.
I'm using a pale latitude.
The explode blasted from
Saw my.
Okay.
a
I'm gonna
pale
try to catch
signal
up to where we
precise
are.
At the up.
this. She's been holed up in here.
The pail? I built it myself. That's illegal. Oh yeah.
That's
Look
illegal.
now. The pail? Yeah, I stuck my head in there. Yeah, let's.
So she thinks of you as hunters.
If you've got something. God damn it. Fine. If you really want to talk,
The gun she's carrying is a 2-barreled. Well,
Okay.
just keep her talking. Be careful when you make your move.
I heard you in the passages. So you.
Her tone is bitter.
So nice. I was.
That's her admitting.
No, I didn't do it.
Oh yeah, I better
Who
not.
ratted
She
me
might
out,
kill you.
By the way, was it Titus? No, he wouldn't have. Oh, I knew that, but she couldn't have known I was on the coast. How did you find? Oh,
$8.
how the fuck did the rest of? I didn't.
That did make her forgive them. A little.
Like what?
The insult's too much.
A strong moral compass.
I didn't like him. Hard. Plenty of broken. You think I was? Yeah, sure.
I hate she didn't hate it.
I'm listening. Man, I was with the boys the whole night. I hope they at least. Yeah. Can't do either without some pow. Wow. Now I'm curious. Don't know it. The shot.
That didn't go.
And? Sure don't.
A breech loader?
No.
I don't think my heart can handle the insult either.
The gun store. Trigger Happy Jacks. What did you think? That I knocked away 80 front loader.
That isn't it.
No, they're not practical. Yeah. Evident. I considered her a good friend.
Are
yeah.
you a girl like her?
What the hell, man? Yeah, why not? I've gotten worse.
It's peeping
I'm
on
not
your
following
obvious.
your clever insinuations, detective. If I want to stare at a pretty girl, I can pick what the...
She's beginning to suspect you've broken into
Nope. For the same reason that she's Oh, that's a...
the lieutenant.
Okay, fine.
Clausia only said they.
If that's what she wants...
Seriously, just move on.
She reject... I knew that...
No ill will there.
So you got very angry.
Yeah. One time when we'd both been drinking, I said
weekend
some
with the
things
basketball
about
team
how
again.
dangerous her patterns with men were. I was a little worried.
By the way, DeLorean tragedies are still.
Oh my
Yeah. The girl seemed to go ahead.
And mine too, he thinks.
Who doesn't? The view's pretty bomb, too. It's very... Yes, I'm sure.
You're running drugs.
So, hard...
That really maybe twist them.
Okay, great. You got into my lorry on your own. What...
Beneath it, she's relieved Tommy didn't betray her.
Man, it's to get away...
She did.
I got lucky
There. It's going to be easier to reach the machine now.
based on what I've heard about you.
Ooh.
You are serious scum.
There's a sinister note in it.
Okay, this
Yeah?
we're almost back. Okay.
More questions before doing anything.
Who killed the merc if it wasn't
How
you?
should I know?
Those rings around her eye.
That's
Who
right.
has it? He was still warm.
What happened Sunday night? Tell me your version. Okay, this is where we were.
All right, don't. She sits down with a drink, trying to steady her nerves.
Claudia
I'd
said
rather
you
see
knew
next-
something was
no,
wrong.
I really didn't. She's not that easy to read. I just assumed she'd done too much.
Yeah, I was
blow.
talking with one of my
It
friends
wouldn't be
last
a
night
first
about
for
that.
her. But she asked me to come
That
upstairs.
he's kind of
The
questioning
merc she'd been
himself, so
going
he
with was
questions
lying
other
on the
people.
bedroom floor.
You made it look like he'd been hanged.
What? No. Faking a lynching was her idea.
She looks shaken. She wasn't surprised to be ratted out, but framed.
Yeah, in cold blood. It really surprised me how quickly she was able to get a hold of herself when
She lied to you about that, too.
Yeah. I wasn't sure whether to admire her or be disturbed.
Do you think she killed Leslie herself?
As I keep telling you cops, we didn't hear anything downstairs.
But
Yeah.
even if this is true, weren't you worried?
War?
She doesn't want to talk about this.
Fuck it. I'm not responsible for these people after
You didn't
what
kill them, why
I saw
hide?
you.
There.
Yes.
The human can opener.
The sudden sharp pain in your head, you hear the lieutenant mumble something to himself. Fucking hell. And why me? You hear through the white noise. It's especially bad suddenly. Felt like a vein exploded.
Who's everyone? How do you know this?
Everyone in Jamrock. The cops, the criminals. Why do you think I'm holed up
The
in here
basis
with a
of the game
goddamn
is-
death ray waiting for you?
Detective loses memory, questions sexuality.
If she knows that about you, she must know your real name too.
Tell me, what's my name? If you know that about me, you must know my name.
Harry Dubois. One corrupt motherfucker with the disco pants and a funny tie. Agent to la puta madre.
So she knows your name. That doesn't mean you're on the tape. Criminals make up bogeyman stories.
Yes,
about
make it
cops all
gay.
the time. All of this just means that you're effective. Criminals know you and are scared of you. I don't know. Sounds pretty convincing to me.
I've heard of La Puta Madre. Is he dangerous?
Is that a joke or a threat? I'm guessing both.
No, that was a real question.
Yeah, sure.
She doesn't believe
I'm sure La Puta Madre himself will explain it all to you soon enough.
What did you do to this Madre
You've
anyway?
been to my lorry. You think the biggest player in Jamrock appreciates competition? And now I have Harry Can Opener in my lair. Fucking Titus.
you. She's not going to change her mind that easily. She still perceives you as a threat. Wait, one thing. Possibly small, but she said you rolled into town. Was that you singular or plural? She might know something.
When I came into town, was there anyone with me?
Yeah, you had your death squad with you. What happened to them anyway?
I don't know what happened to them.
Sure you do. I bet they're just outside waiting. I guess I'll take my chances.
Who was in the squad?
Well, it wasn't this scrawny dude. You had two guys and a lady. The guys looked pretty buff. Lady wasn't bad either.
Be glad Harry is open to ideas. You could also make Harry into a homophobic dude, and sexist, even racist. That's true. What else can you tell
One
me?
of the guys seemed chipper, a blonde. The other had a brooding something or other about him. And the woman was the only one in uniform. All were carrying. That sound about right?
No idea who these people are. Literally.
No idea.
Satellite Officer Whitmere looks out of the window grimly, then puts his coffee down and turns to Patrol Officer Minnow. We could either take a room here in the whirling or go home for today. Let's go home, Jean. Nothing's going to happen today, she responds quietly. Jean takes his blonde wig off. Call Heidelstein. He can give us a ride.
I think I know them. They're in Martinez.
Friction, lock.
Fantastic. I've got to get on the road. Then you can go find your friends. Unless you have anything pressing to ask me.
Do you know about the bunker next door?
What bunker?
The communist hideout back there.
Don't know anything about it. No one's been around since I set up camp. But I'm sure I'm not the first vagabond to...
Oh, wait, what? There's a way to get that uncensored? That's actually funny. I guess I gotta try it, right? 83%. What could go wrong? Oh.
You did it. The compressor lies broken on its side. It's quiet in your head again. It still hurts like hell, but...
You okay, Kim?
All good, officer. Be careful.
She looks at the machine, assessing the damage. Her hand
I like that
trembles.
she just watched me like scrunch my way over there. Never say what could go wrong. Yeah, that was probably a bad time, but we're okay.
Oh, fuck it.
What are you doing?
Problem solving.
Ma'am, put the gun down. That's not the solution to your problems. You are...
Oh, yes, it is.
She's truly desperate. She thinks she has no other options. You need to give her options.
What options?
You know.
Maybe I can still talk her out of it?
This is how you talk her out of it. It's the only scenario in which she lives.
Please, just walk away.
She stares at you, frozen, the gun still in her mouth, eyes filled with dark intensity. Then something shifts in her. Gratitude, doubt. She's still ready to go.
You don't have to do this. You're not cornered. I'm letting you go.
Day of miracles. I'll take it.
She runs past you, then past the lieutenant, and disappears into the darkness of the tunnel.
Good call.
Are you sure?
Yeah, I'm sure.
Let's catch
I would have done the same had I not been incapacitated.
He couldn't take it like you. It irks him. Then he gets over it.
I think she didn't do it.
Her tent. We should check it out.
Okay. Well, let's look around. Thank you, autosave. This is spicy. I think my Alexa in the other room thought I was talking to her. I just heard fucking a voice in my house. It scared the shit out of me. If you fail the die roll, Harry says something along the lines of, "Hey, I also have bad luck with women," and Ruby kills herself. Oh my god. Cooking utensils. She has prepared herself with porridge, banana. Prepared herself porridge with bananas. $8. Damn, she was rich.
The plain red tent stands by dispassionately.
Look inside.
The tent looks old, but well maintained. In the darkness of the tent, a rolled-up sleeping bag, cooking utensils, some books, and a kerosene lamp. It reeks of cigarettes.
Shine your flashlight.
Assorted soft covers, mostly pulp horror. A motor carriage lies buried in the snow on one cover. On another, a ghost airship. You also see a collection of radio enthusiast magazines.
Oh, is that what I heard?
Rager Monthly, Journal of Material Science. More Technological Digest. One of the magazines doesn't have images on the cover. It's not a magazine. It's a leather notebook.
A notebook.
You pocket the worn brown leather journal. A trusted friend left behind.
We should read this immediately. Like, right now.
Read it right this second.
A thick
All right.
journal. The cover is worn like someone used to carry it around in their back pocket.
Examine.
It's made of full-grain leather. The lower left corner of the back cover sports an embossed brand name. Schneller. Schneller is a stationery brand from Gottwald, beloved among architects and engineers. She's got good taste and must have taken whatever she recorded here seriously.
Unwind.
The journal falls open. About 2/3 of its ruled pages have been
Oh,
filled.
there's footsteps too? Damn. My house is mega haunted.
The large cursive of someone who writes quickly and confidently, perhaps too confidently. Many phrases and even paragraphs have been crossed out, with tiny corrections scrawled above and in the margins.
Flip to the pages.
It's a mix of logistical notes, diagrams, and personal reflections, all dated.
Go to the date of the
It's
murder.
good she left in a hurry. We could learn a lot from this.
What kind of
Hard to
logistics?
tell exactly. It's mostly noted down in code. Looks like contact information, quantities, directions.
There could be useful information about local operations in those notes. We have a junior sergeant at my station who's good with codes. I can give this to her after we finish this.
What are the diagrams of?
Esoteric radio technology. The most recent ones probably pertain to the latitude compressor, sketches, calculations of distance and density. You make out a familiar spiral shape.
Anything personal?
Short, wry observations of people and places. Probably a way to pass the time on the road. Also, what appears to be attempts to sort through some difficult decisions There are a few passages with many questions in them. Staff issues. Always tough on the leadership. You smell traces of betrayal.
How far back do the entries go?
The first entry is from August 2nd of last year. It reads simply, I know my position is precarious. All I can do is make myself as useful as I can while looking for a way out. Remember, no one is indispensable.
What did she write the day Lily died?
Nothing on March 4th. March 5th, though, well, that's bound to come back and bite me in the ass. I'm bad at this. Loyal to a fault. But that's another matter entirely.
Except what?
She is referring to betraying her previous employer. Does this suggest she did it in self-defense?
Anything about La Puta Madre?
That name isn't mentioned as far as you can tell. Small wonder. Would you talk about La Puta Madre in your journal? You do see an M, though. La Puta Madre. M is mentioned on March 9th and March 15th. Great. M's peon is coming to town, no doubt to investigate the lynching. But also, I feel it in my gut to finally put a bullet in my head while I'm napping in my lorry or on a smoke break. Well, I won't stick around just to twist my own neck by constantly looking over my shoulder. Then again, isn't that what I've been doing ever since I got the call? Were you supposed to find her, even apart from the investigation then? On M's request? No, you wouldn't do something like this. This must be a mistake.
Oh, I mean, we don't really know what I was like
Didn't
before.
follow through. You should have shot her in the head.
Never kill people for a mob
The
boss.
thought steadies your nerves. The journal stops shaking in your hand.
Read the entry.
Been holed up here for 3 days now. I'm used to being alone and all, but I don't know when I'll be able to leave, or if I'll be ratted out. They will rat me out, of course. I've made it a point to believe in the best in people, the boys, for example. But experience tells me, did M feel truly betrayed by me? I was feeling threatened. He'd have to know if he threatened people, they'd take measures to protect themselves. Even I know that. Economic measures first of all. Gotta make a living, right? I can still hear his voice in the receiver. Taste the plastic. The entry ends abruptly. The call was a courtesy. He must have held her in high regard to personally tell her he knew about her plan to run drugs for the competition.
This is really interesting. So, I'm guessing either La Puta Madre is a literal, like, separate mob boss, who now I think should probably be considered a suspect, or La Puta Madre is the, like, higher up at the jail, right? Or not the jail, the sheriff's, the police department. And I, like, because that's a guy I'm literally, like, taking orders for, right? So, like, he could command me to do something, which would imply that Ruby worked at the police department before, in Jamrock, before moving here to be a driver, which would also explain, like, why she knows that I'm this rat, you know, why she knows these things about me. She may have worked with me before.
The most recent entry is from today. It reads, even when I leave here, if I leave here alive, what's my next move? Staging a lynching is a crime, even if I'm not accused of murder on top of that. Forever on the run. Not really my idea of the open road. Man, I was really looking forward to winning.
Winning?
It looks like she might have been framed.
Lieutenant taps on the page.
That would be a first, or a fourth. But who's counting, he thinks. Very rarely does anyone actually get framed.
Am I really a La Puta Madre agent?
No, I don't think you are. Ask someone in your precinct if you want to be sure.
He truly does not believe you are. Perhaps he shouldn't be so trusting.
Yeah. If she didn't do it, then maybe it's a good thing we didn't catch her.
I wouldn't go so far as to say that. We have other reasons to arrest her. Besides, I'm not sure her life as a fugitive is going to be much better than we does. Especially if she has problems with the Madre.
Then who do you think killed the Merc?
Classio was the one who pointed the finger at Ruby. Perhaps she was trying to steer us away from herself, or
No one heard the shot.
maybe she had an accomplice. Either way, we need to keep an eye on her. One thing is for certain. We have business back in the whirling and rags. Questions to ask. We should get to it.
I agree. I agree. Okay, well, things got really, really interesting. So, who done it, right? Clausier did point the finger, and we don't really know anything about Clausier. That's like the biggest thing with her, is that like, we don't know anything about her. How can we be so sure that she's in any way innocent? Let's head to the waterfront. Can I not? I can't fast travel? Was it too late to fast travel? After a certain time of day, they're just like, nope, you can't do it. Okay, well, I'll walk then. I still am not totally convinced that our memory loss is just unrelated, too. I don't know if that's like a weird stance, but I do think it somewhat makes sense for someone to try to, like, drug us or something like that to attempt to get us out of the picture. But then why would Clausier remind us, you know? If she did it. I don't know. There's so many factors at play here. The thing that I know about these kind of stories generally...
Stop. Just up ahead. Danger. You are prepared. Don't put away your friend. Your weapon. The barrels of your Villier's 9mm pistol shine threateningly in the cold spring lights.
Kim, there's danger up ahead.
Yes, I hear commotion. Let's go.
I'm ready to do
Good.
this.
Be ready to take damage.
Okay. I better put the sword in my other hand. So they know I'm not to be fucked with.
I'm all out of shits to give, loincloth. Welcome to the fucking reckoning.
Put your damn gun down. People are gonna get hurt. We need to talk this through. All right?
Shut up! You're not gonna talk yourself out of this, loincloth shit fuck.
This is the mercenary at the gates. His chest rises and falls under the ceramic breastplate. His fingers reach for the butt of his sidearm.
Kim, what's going on here?
This is a misunderstanding. Nothing irreversible has happened yet. You can just return to your unit and forget all about this.
The Kypt is merciful, willing to spare us if we just forget about our murdered and humiliated commander. I think we should just kill everyone, Corty.
You are all drunk. Come to your senses. You won't gun down 7 people in the middle of the street. This isn't a frontier town or a jungle outpost.
Easy, Lizzie. Let me handle it. I know guys like this. I'm sure we can come to a peaceful agreement. Ain't that right, fellas?
He is facing overwhelmingly superior firepower, and he knows it.
Peaceful.
Sounds like an armored figure is weeping.
Nest in your abdominal cavity like a little wild mouse. The masked man's words are barely intelligible, but you can hear them.
Oh, the armor I'm wearing? Is that
There's
it
the third
talking?
one. How did we miss something like this?
The lieutenant is genuinely
We knew there
worried
was a
for his
third one.
life. You should consult him before getting in there.
What do we do?
My plan is not to get killed, but we have to intervene.
The big one is the mercenary at the gates.
If this turns into a firefight, we should take him out first.
A sound strategy. He's the leader.
We're out of time.
The
This
mercenary
is...
tribunal.
Stop. This is the police. I should immediately get
lost,
gunned down.
Comedian. You cops had your chance. Now it's fucking time for some justice.
He licks his lip, waving his gun at the crowd, losing his balance for a moment. He staggers
I
backwards.
think he's calmed down a bit.
He is
no,
drunk.
he didn't. He's about to open fire.
No, I can talk to
You
him.
can't think that way now. This is serious.
No, we can talk this stuff.
Fuck!
The voice from beneath the helmet interrupts your thoughts. You only make out the last word. I can see you're drunk.
Ah, yeah. Welcome to the fucking party. You're probably gonna get killed too. I don't give a shit if you're cops.
No one is going to kill anyone. Let's just put the guns down and talk like civilized human beings.
With a wordless gurgle, the killer loads his long rifle.
Oh, no.
The leader gives a small nod to the helmeted man. Suddenly, the grip of your sidearm feels comforting and warm in your hand. Feels like it's saying, do it. No, wait. It's good you have that gun. It really is. Just soften him up first. Present an argument. Even if it comes to a fight, it's always a good idea to drag it out first. Get under his skin. Peace. Always peace. It has worked thus far. Start with the first idea you have, then move down from that.
Okay.
Please.
Who is that? I didn't know you had a third guy.
Rude is the killer. Rude, the killer, Owen Cloven. He doesn't talk much.
All of you cunts inside out.
The killer?
The gunner. The raddest. The killer. What do you think he does?
He kills.
Smart loincloth. He fucks natives up. Soldier of the apocalypse style.
Listen, they didn't do it.
Yeah? Who did then?
I just need a little time to figure that out.
You had time to fuck around in that church, to run errands for your union chief. I saw you.
Time is up, loincloth. Give me a name. Now!
I think it's someone who is not here. Let me think. Someone... Let me think. I don't think it was Ruby. The shot didn't come from there. It had to come from like a faraway place. If it came from the island, the only person with a boat is the Union lady.
How fucking convenient.
He was shot from a great distance. A sniper did it.
You think I'm fucking stupid, cop? What if I just shot one of your pals here, right now? Huh? How about the kid? Tell me, it's a magic fucking sniper one more time.
Listen, please. This cop and this drumhead cop marshal won't decide who...
He's gonna do it. He's gonna shoot her.
Why doesn't he believe me?
The Hardy Boys confessed to hanging him. All together. Titus said we took him out back and hanged him. He said it loud. In a public
That's true.
place.
He was shot. He wasn't hanged. Listen to
You're
me.
lying. DePaul heard it.
He doesn't move the weapon.
You heard wrong. She and these men have been helping us find the shooter.
The hanging was only a cover-up. Listen.
Liars.
The shot rings in your ears. A low, tinny ring. Then the Hardy Boys yell something. The young woman stands and looks behind her. The shot has flown over her head, crashing a small pane of the glass window behind her.
I missed.
I know what I heard, Corty. They said they killed him. They said it was a good way to end a Sunday night.
That doesn't sound good. You need to change the topic now, or
Okay.
there will be another shot. What topic? Shots have been fired. Act before it's too late. This was a close call. International
Oh my
something.
God.
International law. Don't say it. But now you stood dangerous. Ask about him first. You don't want personal facts about his dead friend coming out of your mouth. He has to start.
Who are you, Cordy?
Sergeant Major Raoul Cortiner. reporting in to burn this fucking mud hut to the ground.
As he moves, the interlocking pieces of his armor click. Softly, click, click, click. The realization comes to you, like a picture puzzle coming together. His name is Raoul Courtenay. The dead man's
my
name
God, that
is
does.
Elise Courtenay. He's brothers with the deceased. No, probably foster brothers.
That's right.
Elise was put into a foster home, remember?
For killing, maiming, and humiliating our commanding officer, you're all sentenced to death by lead.
He sways from left to right, inspecting you.
Raoul and Alice Courtner look him in the eye. I'm sorry about your brother, all.
He wasn't my fucking brother. We just grew up on the same farm and got beat into place by the same sick fuck.
Beaten by a foster parent or someone on the farm.
And then the same military academy, the same unit, and the same war.
Fucking mud hut town, too.
Looks around and wipes his face.
Okay, good.
His parents left him in that fucking leaf compactor.
Laylee.
Yes, when he was small, just an infant.
We researched him. We contacted the ICP and looked at his birth records. That was in there. And other things.
They fucking put Laylee in a leaf compactor, and now these cunts finished the job.
There's real anguish in his voice. A drunken sadness suddenly engulfs him. Memory.
It's a mindfuck, Corty. He wasn't put in a leaf compactor.
What?
They're making it up to fuck with us. Major, permission to.
Open fire. We can't have that. Interfere now.
Listen, you're Laylee. Everyone says good things about him. He was a talker.
What do you mean, talker?
We've heard testimony. People say he was charismatic, a nice guy to be around.
Yeah, he liked to chat up the natives, share leaflets, squeeze a bit of kit tass here and there. Great fucking idea that turned out to be. If Laylee was here, he would spare the lot of you. Maybe shoot one for show. But me, I'm not a big fan of public affairs, Clay Monkey. I'll gun every one of you down for what you did.
Ready to open fire, Major. At your command.
He had blue eyes, didn't he? Your brother.
Baby blue, yeah. Like someone fucked up and put a baby's eyes on a grown man. It was creepy, but bitches like that shit, I guess. Or, I don't know what bitches like. I just know how to mow down cloths.
Your brother did not deserve to go out like that. I promise. I will find his killer.
Find his killer? Cop, his killer stands right there, shitting his pants, and you're standing in the way, protecting them. I know what this tactic is, Silo Sam. You're gonna die for them. Right here. Today.
Big talk, but that leaf compactor won't leave his mind anytime soon. It's a small thing, but it got him off center.
Where's Classier? She can explain this.
Who the fuck is that?
Glacia, the woman upstairs, where is she?
She left!
What do you mean she left?
She left! Her room's cleaned out! Right before these assholes showed up!
Oh, that's a
should
huge
have
red
arrested
flagger.
her.
You can feel how upset he is with himself. Just for a second. Then the fear takes over and he's back in the moment.
Hey, Bushman! Your little cunt isn't gonna help you out of this one!
You're all drunk. Look at yourselves.
Yes. So what?
Do not succumb to it. Your judgment is impaired. You'll regret this.
I'm clear as day. Fucking government-ordained super soldier.
Enough already! What is this? We didn't come here to fucking chat!
Interrupt me again and I will execute you on the spot, Lance Corporal.
Okay. The Wild Pines does not
You
approve
think
of
I
this.
care what that company cunt thinks?
We're working together. She knew you're out of control. She
She's
told me.
gone, you stupid fuck. Sailed off 5 minutes ago. She doesn't give a shit about you, Silos.
Stay cool! Don't do anything stupid!
The company bitch is gone. Laylee's cunt is gone. Laylee's gone. Fuck are we still doing in this shithole?
Guys, I just get in the way. I don't even have a gun!
Hold your ground. Any more of you run, I'll shoot you myself. We're doing this together.
They're afraid. All of them. Trembling reeds in the wind. They'll run, scatter soon. One by one. No, the rest will stay. They would hold their
Dude,
ground,
I don't...
even if it means dying here with you.
Fuck, yeah. Failing that other check absolutely fucked me over. I don't want to shoot him. Oh my god, I don't even think I would get this check. I kind of...
What's the matter, loincloth? Mouthful of dick. Think I'm gonna fucking spare you?
Shit, this is it. Tell him anything. Tell him you have more information.
Kill me and you'll never find out who killed your colonel. I've been withholding information.
Rude. Kill him.
Oh.
The porcelain man raises his rifle and takes aim at you. His hands are steady, and the long barrel of the rifle sways slowly. An Easter AR-FA-7, built for taking out light armored vehicles. It will devastate you.
Oh my god.
From the corner of your eye, you see the lieutenant raise his pistol and aim it at Rude. He's trying to find a straight line of sight before the rifleman can take you out. You stare down the barrel of the gun. You see Rude's mask behind it, his eyes in the slit of the helmet, like a camera lens, focusing on you. Absolute destruction. Is there anything we could use to protect this frail body? That gun will tear us to pieces. He's drunk. Drunk fighters overcorrect. Move right, he aims further right. Get him to overshoot. The shot rings and you stumble. Something violently tugs at your shoulder, pushing you backwards.
Oh, he didn't kill me.
Force. A volcano of burning pain erupts from your left shoulder. The pain flows over your entire body like an awful shock. A grim knowing rises from within. Half of your body must be gone.
God, please.
Tennis says quietly without trembling. He aims face
He's
pin.
aiming for the eye slot in Rude's helmet. An extremely difficult shot. Then, 2 shots ring and you hear a scream. But you're too hurt to see who got hit.
Kim, did he hit the rifleman?
Blood gushes from the helmet's eye sockets as Rude staggers back, disoriented. The sounds coming from his helmet are not human. An unbelievable shot from the lieutenant. The helmet looks like the face of an ancient god of war, crying blood.
Who screamed?
Glenn, dying in a puddle of blood behind you. His mangled
I'm gonna
torso
try.
has 2 gunshot wounds. Blood gushes out of them like red geysers. Oh God, watch out. You see 2 cold eyes looking at you through all the smoke and panic, and a pistol raised, aiming at your chest, point blank. Then the man squeezes the trigger.
Look him
A
in the
look
eye.
of happiness. His eyes seem unnaturally bright, shining like stars. Something in the fear must distort him somehow. He is evil, and the end. Here it comes. Death.
He didn't play it out well.
You can't. There is no time.
Wow, I got so close.
Something inside your pelvis explodes. Your entire lower body is on fire, and your legs can't support you. You fall down like a rag doll. The pain is too immense to scream. It pushes the air out of your lungs. Everything goes dark. A distant blur as you recede into it.
Right open.
Nothing. A persisting darkness. Dancing lights of pain. Distant shadows cast by them. Like a hellish play.
You're bleeding out.
Wait, really? I don't know. It's so dark I can't see
Stay
anything.
with me. You hear me? Stay awake. Look at me.
But You can't. It's so hard. Your eyelids grow heavy, and the sounds ever more distant. And a cold comes over you. The lieutenant, too, is somewhere far away, almost gone. When suddenly, you sense something behind him, a shadow towering. Someone stands there, raising his pistol at him. The lieutenant does not see it. He's pushing down on your wound with both hands.
No.
No, you say, and hand out your firearm to him. Your hand trembles, and your eyes are full of fear. That's all it takes. There is no room for hesitation. The lieutenant moves like a spring unloaded. He grabs the gun from your bloody hand and fires behind him. You hear a roar of pain, a death scream. The sound disappears like someone pressed stop on the tape. The hulking figure, too, is gone. And so is Kim. And the whole world.
This is death. One more door, baby. One more door.
Let me back in the fight.
The fight? There is no fight. The fight is over. It was lost 1,000 years ago. You have laid here forever. Keep falling deeper. Take the door. He's not taking it. His body is not taking it. Oh God, no. He's not disintegrating. He's swelling up instead. Over the hours, hurting, moaning in his sleep, and rotting, and being disinfected, and smelling of drugs, and feeling saliva
Welcome back.
in his mouth.
We got
Drifting
shot.
in painkillers, thrashing in his wound sleep.
He can't go. Not before the case is solved. There is a radio in the distance. A radio of the world. Playing sounds. Good morning, Elysium. Soon you will return to the world.
Hours turn to days. Soon we will get up again.
I
and
don't
go through
know.
it again. Finally, we know what the infernal engine was outside. The clarion call.
The engine of a Caprice Kinema.
No, it was him. He is the infernal engine. Can't you see? He never stops. He only gets worse.
Life gets hard, but we go on. You see the lieutenant's familiar shape in the orange jacket. It turns double, then triple, from the pain.
Kim.
Sunrise, Parabellum.
Middle of a freshly cleaned room with the fan above his head like a halo. His face is covered in bruises. What happened?
What happened? We tried to take the diplomatic route and hoped they wouldn't attack first. They did. The major gave the command. As retaliation, the rifleman shot you. He hit. With his carabine. I was looking for a clear line of sight. When I found it, I shot and wounded him, while Glenn took a bullet in the spine. It was meant for me. He did not survive.
This is not the first person to die in his place. He goes on.
Titus, Fat Angus, and Theo charged. Angus and Theo died before they made it to intensive care. Titus died in the hospital yesterday. Alain and the young musician, I forget his name. They are
Man,
all
they
that
got
slept.
Titus too.
Yes. You were bleeding out by then. You warned me. I was able to disarm Cortana before he got the jump on me.
Thank you. Although
I was not able to kill him, as I should have. Crenel took him. A stray bullet killed the Pole, though. And that's what happened.
And the major?
He's in a private hospital across the river. Crenel claimed him from the local butcher shop where Titus died. Turns out he's insured.
there is unveiled anger in his voice.
We won't get to him anymore. The good news is he's not coming here either. I did some damage.
I thought you only smoked one a day.
This is the one.
Ed?
Yes.
Yeah, that failed check, dude. That fucked me over so hard. I cannot believe it was like I had like a 90%, an 80%, and then like a 3%, and somehow I failed the fucking 90% check. Like that pisses me off. That's so annoying. How many casualties on the Union side?
4. Glenn, Theo, Angus, the fat one. He took a lot of bullets. And Titus.
And that's
all.
An absolute disaster.
Yes, officer. 7 people are dead. It's not a success.
6 people are dead.
But what's done is done. The violence is cordoned off. The Hornets did not get into the beehive. The worst scenario has not materialized. Yet. And we are still alive. Both of us.
He did not expect you both to survive once you stepped between those two armies.
What did you say, Sunrise?
Sunrise Parabellum. Sunrise, prepare for war. It's an old revolutionary saying.
My gun, it's engraved on it.
Cops like it.
Is it war today?
The gates of the harbor are boarded up. The streets are a little more empty. Apocalyptic violence is yet to erupt, I am relieved to say. I think we may have held it off, for now. Barely. Yes, we have also completely failed, but that's okay.
Yeah, I figured he could. It gave me a red check to save him, but it was like 97%.
It's not ouch time yet. You just got the Dramamine pill an hour ago. Wait until it wears off.
Dramamine? Then it's not that bad. Neither surgical nor organ damage bad, but still under the counter bad.
The room, it's clean.
Mr. Gart cleaned it. It took him an entire day.
How long have I been out?
2 days, in and out. You've been up enough to take Dramamine and curse. And drink water.
The piss jacket, Kim, you took it off?
Yes. The joke wasn't funny anymore. I took it off.
The close proximity of death must have made the lieutenant contemplate his life choices. He's done with the jacket.
I didn't even give him that jacket. How bad am I hurt?
Pretty bad, officer. You've suffered 2 wounds. The first is below your shoulder. The bullet passed through your shoulder blade, luckily missing your lung and heart. The second shot hit you in the thigh, the left quadriceps. No major arteries were nicked, but the bullet had to be removed. Bacterial infection was treated with mercurochrome.
Can I walk?
We will see.
Has anyone from my station been to see me?
A man and a woman sit in the front seat of an armored motor carriage. The woman is driving. The man lights a cigarette. Jean Vicmer is his name. The asphalt vanishes under the wheels of the machine. Ahead, harbor cranes rise to the sky. Back to that shithole, he says.
Good. I don't need him.
I called your station after the fight. The injury was logged in. They told me they've sent officers to join you on the site.
Odd, you haven't seen any, have you?
I'm sure they're worried about you.
If not my station, then who treated me?
I did.
Thank you.
No need.
Are you hurt?
Not very. I have a concussion from the major beating me with the butt of his gun. I tried to not move too much.
Okay.
Things would be worse if you didn't warn me. Thank you. I did not see him coming. Stupid of me.
Okay.
Easy now. How are you?
The lieutenant looks at you, teetering on your feet. He thinks you should sit back down. Back straight now. You're not sitting anywhere.
What happens now, Kim?
I honestly don't know.
Good, because I totally do.
Do you? Because we can't talk to Everhart. The harbor is in lockdown. Everyone in there is outside our grasp now. And Joyce has left too.
Joyce is gone?
Yes, she left yesterday morning. To meet the board of Wild Pines, or that is what I've heard. There's a pin somewhere in the machine that keeps Connell from sending in a death squad. Maybe it's her. Maybe she kept her hand. Either way, Ruby's gone, and Classio too. We really should have arrested her, you know?
Who did it then, Ken? Who killed the
I
hangman?
don't know. I think the theory you presented, it's someone else outside our circle of suspects, was right. It better be. Everyone within the circle is either dead or gone. Honestly, I think our investigation has not produced a single credible suspect.
What about the hole in the wall? Someone was checking her out.
I don't know. That's been there for years.
The footprints?
Yes. God cursed the footprints. Not solving the case for us. Au diable.
There's still a 28% possibility the shot came from a distance.
We should go upstairs. Rethink the ballistics in situ. I agree with this. What else?
An antique bullet from Bell McGraw, 446 millimeter. How hard can it be to find one? How hard can it be?
It's extremely easy. There are thousands lying around. We found one. All completely unusable. It's precisely how easy it is to find one that makes the bullet useless.
There are still these old bunkers and weapon caches, Revolutionary era.
We could find thousands more if we wanted. All of Revachol is full of them.
But they seemed so mysterious.
No need to be melodramatic.
Miracle hasn't happened yet. It's not over yet.
He does not know what to reply. Looks out of the window, then back at you. It's morning outside. You think.
The fucking Maybells, Kim, the flowers. What? They were on the roof. I did not catch them. Fucking Butterfinger.
Every piece of garbage in the city is not connected to the case. You don't have to catch everything.
He's wrong.
Okay, every piece of garbage in the city is connected to the case. This is probably because I'm a la puta madre peon, isn't it?
Don't be narcissistic. Half the cops in Revachol West are his peonies. Even if you are, it is not a decisive factor in this case.
That does make some sense.
You know what I think about solving crimes?
He arches his brow. The ceiling fan patiently spins overhead.
Solving crimes is hard.
It really is very hard.
That concussion must be making him dizzy.
You're not ready to give up, are you?
No. Are you ready to limp?
I'm ready.
Good. Where do you want to limp to?
A gust of wind blows in from the bay. The duraluminum box around you vibrates imperceptibly. A familiar cold, a red thread on the roof upstairs. Taut, plucked like a string by the gust.
We should check Clausier's room upstairs.
Why not? Another look at the window, perhaps? The one he was shot through. I don't know. I can't think of anything better.
All right. Traffic outside. Back in the world again. Exterior has been reunited with its right speaker. Look, the door's open. You can walk right into Kim's room.
The bathroom mirror has been wiped.
Oh, shit. Alarm set for 6:50 a.m. Medicinal supplies in the cupboards. Mercurochrome, a scalpel, antibiotics. That's from him treating me,
These
right?
papers bear the stamp of the RCM. They appear to be fragments of the lieutenant's paperwork, half finished. You make out notes on this and other recent cases.
I had Garth open the door to your room. You were running a low bacterial fever the first night.
Thank you for keeping this thing alive a little longer.
It would have been easy were it not for my concussion. We both got lucky, considering the odds we faced. Let's go?
I'm not gonna lie, if Kim had died, I would have reloaded. Maybe if I don't run, it'll be okay. It's hard not to fucking controller. Yeah, if Kim had died, I actually would have reloaded. I want to reload anyway, to be honest, but I think it makes it more interesting if I make mistakes. I don't need to have the perfect run the first time.
Next to the stack of bills, you see a note. A few lines jotted down in large, uneven handwriting, just as the writer was about to rush out the door. I'm sorry, I fucked everyone over. P.S. I didn't kill him. P.P.S. Gift upstairs.
A gift?
What could this gift be?
I am not drawing my gun. Yet. But I don't like gifts.
Just don't walk into another radio trap, okay?
Seems she left in a hurry.
It's hardly surprising.
I figured that she would make a run for it, but I'm curious how the ticket situation affects things.
The medicine cabinet is empty. Pity.
Really clean this out.
She certainly had her priorities straight when...
Okay. This is gonna be interesting. Oh, the red string. Thread nylon. It leads out of the room and onto the roof. Don't want you to run, buddy. Thread is tied to the antenna. Is this the gift?
You see the same two neon-lit shapes, a man and a woman, only now a red thread bisects the room, pointing from the antenna outside to the cupboard on the wall.
This is ballistics. She's left a trajectory for us.
A ray of backward motion explodes from his mouth to the roof outside, A prime, to then widen into a radius of locations in Martinez.
What does the
It
thread lead?
suggests the bullet came from the extreme upper quadrant of possible angles, from a point beyond the roof. B triple prime, the island in the bay.
Trying to tell us the shot came from the island?
Unless she thinks the perpetrator was standing on the ring antenna. That is where the thread seems to point.
How did she know how to do this?
She was there that night. She would have known precisely where the bullet hole was in the glass.
She had a long time to think about it after, standing on that roof.
That is true.
Staring at the glass.
It also looks like there may be more to her skill set than we know. The question is, should we trust her?
Of course we don't trust her.
I don't know. At this point...
What difference does it make?
Yeah. Also, a location we've yet to rule out.
For a second he seems tired.
Seem
I just haven't
unenthusiastic.
gotten a lot of sleep these past few days.
He doesn't really believe this will yield anything.
Maybe we need to go to the island.
The lead is flimsy. You might as well go around Martinez, looking under every rock and talking to every person. But what else is there?
Kim, what else is there?
Not a lot, no.
I'm going to the island. Are you in?
Of course. I mean...
He takes a second to gather himself.
How do we get there? Joyce Messier had her sloop, but she's gone.
Lillian, the pet net picker, she's tarring her bow.
Yes, of course. The village. Let's go.
Okay. These footprints, though. So the footprints are just totally a red herring? I don't know. I don't know that I believe that, especially given that the footprints are within the timing and that the key was left back there. Like, someone went through this back door. It wasn't Ruby, but it must be someone. Someone was around here. Maybe they were just scouting out the area. But someone went back there. It's got to be related. Thank Gart for helping.
Oh, you're up. It's good to see you back on your feet. Did you like your room? I cleaned it for you.
I did, thank you. Big improvement.
You're welcome. I thought it would be nice for you to wake up in a clean place after you, let's be fair, defended this establishment and its clientele from gunfire. Defended may be putting it a bit generously, though. I had a great view
me
of
too.
you doing
That's where I'm
nothing
at.
to stop those psychopaths. Then I crawled inside. Bullets started flying. Anyway.
He really wants you to realize that he was also on the balcony looking by, in the danger zone, so to say.
I wish you a quick recovery. Also, you and your partner are staying here free now. This establishment supports cops. The stay is free, the drinks are not. It just felt I needed to specify that.
Yeah. Where did everyone go?
Oh, you know, people don't tend to stick around after shootouts. Turns out they're not good for business.
What happened to the man with the sunglasses?
I don't remember everyone who comes here. And many people wear sunglasses inside lately. Must be a fad.
So I have to mention, when it happened, you were right out there on the balcony.
Yeah, I was. Yeah. That's because I'm a bad ass.
It really took courage. Don't pick at him.
Yeah, I guess you are a badass.
Yeah, I don't know. Clients were panicking. And also, I guess I sort of found out that I don't give a shit if I die.
He means it.
Based.
It's not just boasting. It's something he discovered about himself. Stepping onto that balcony.
No
Hell yeah.
problem.
You know, Gart, I was wrong about Gart. Gart is cool. I like Gart. Hey, do you want to have gay sex now that I'm injured?
Hi again, gendarme.
So different.
Bye-bye, gendarme.
Hold on, I gotta find out. Do I have anything for composure? I do. Put those on. I think that was the only thing I have, though.
Hi again, gendarme.
28%?
It's the
Damn
sports. He's
Bye-bye, gendarme.
I can't have gay sex. I'm so disappointed. Oh my goodness. Little girl
the
still out
graffito
there.
has been painted over the traces of the fight that took place here. It smells of blood and heavy fuel oil.
Looks like Cindy the Skull finally found the words for her
The
masterpiece.
lieutenant crouches, touching the fuel oil with his finger.
Looks like it. Yes.
Yeah,
This
he
is
was
still fresh.
he was
It
right
wasn't
to
here
be.
yesterday.
Well, heavy fuel
And
oil.
blood. Some of it is even yours.
That's kind of
Heavy
awesome.
fuel oil. Isn't that flammable?
What are you trying to apply, fingers?
You could buy some smokes, light up a ciggy and throw it in there. You know, just to see what happens. See if it's flammable. It's better that way. Safe.
No, I'm not going to do that because it's right next to fucking the Camina. I do not want to light the Camina on fire. All right, can we still fast travel? We can. All right, I'm going to fast travel over here. I'm going to hit the quick save, and I'm going to take a quick break because we've been live for an hour and a half, and I haven't taken one yet. So I'm going to get a drink, use the restroom, stretch my legs. Planning on doing another run yourself, or you don't mind some of the stuff that you missed given your decisions? Not right away. I have other games that I would like to get to, but this is a game that I could definitely revisit. So we'll think about it. We'll leave it at that. We'll think about it. Not opposed by any means, but probably not right away. It'll probably be a little while. So. No, yeah, I mean, it made sense. Yeah, I'm gonna use the restroom, and yeah, I'll be back in just a couple moments. Oh, do you? Okay, I see what you... I don't think I want to know yet. Like, maybe, like, I'm fine with, like, small stuff. Like, if you tell me, like, oh... Like my friend told me, like, oh, if I pass that skill check, I get to unlock the trait thing for the sexuality thing from that flamboyant guy, the charming guy or whatever. And that's like, oh, that's kind of fun. Like, the fun stuff, but I don't really want to know, like, if, like, one of those characters can't be saved or, like, different outcomes or anything like that. I don't think I want to know that yet. Because that still could become relevant to the case itself. But I do want to talk about, before I talk to the net picker here, some suspicions. I still personally believe those shoes are related. But I don't know how they're related. I do think it's incredibly suspicious that Joyce just happened to leave literally when we're having the big showdown. Like, that's incredibly suspicious to me. Fun fact about Kim? What would that be? That's fine. Fun fact about Kim. But yeah, Joyce leaving there. She's also the only one that could go to the island. I'm also surprised that my visual concepting, or whatever it is that I use, visual calculus, that it was just wrong about where the bullet came from. That seems very strange to me. Like, how could it just be wrong? That's something that, like, I keep thinking about. It's like, how could I have gotten the shot location potentially wrong? But maybe I didn't. I don't know. It kind of confused me because, like, it showed the shot was at, like, a lower trajectory than what where Klasia said it came from.
Officer, what happened? You're wounded. Why are you wounded? You look terrible.
You're not limping. You're you. She sounds almost disappointed with you, reprimanding you for falling and hurting your knee.
You seem angry. Why?
Look at you. You can barely walk.
It's nothing.
Doesn't look like nothing. Looks like you've got banged up real good. What happened to you anyway? We heard gunshots from the town. They were closer than usual.
There was an exchange of fire on Rue de Saint-Guylaine. It's nothing to be worried about, madame.
I also got shot in the chest.
That's nothing to brag about, officer.
It's not serious. He'll be okay.
I have a question for you.
Of course.
We need to get to the island.
That won't be a problem. It's wind still and the tar just dried. We've got 2 days of relative sunshine ahead.
Can we borrow your boat?
If you promise to bring it back. And no scraping the hull. I just got it nice and yellow. And no drinking on the boat. And no joyriding either.
Of course, ma'am. It's only for a day or two. Official police business.
Aye.
Not on.
The crow's feet disappear from the corners of her eyes as she smiles at you.
What's on that island? Nothing, just ruins. Used to be some kind of fortification there before the war for the communards. An anti-aircraft gun. I think bombed to bits at the landing. I haven't been there myself. I always steer clear to it.
Hasn't been there herself. Who has then?
You said you haven't been there yourself. Who has then, if not you?
My husband used to drink there. Him and his drinking buddies. Always seemed like a bad place to drink to me. People died there during the landing, you know.
Okey-doke.
My mother told me.
This must be one of the many fortifications that was used in the dying days of the revolution against coalition forces before they took this city.
The kids sometimes go there too. I know they do, on rafts. I tell them not to, but they bring back old bullet casings and such.
Which kids?
The twins. God forbid they bring the girl along on some rickety barge.
Can we maybe ask your twins about that place before we go? Would that be alright?
Be my guest. They've a strange way of talking. See if you can get anything useful out of them. I seldom do.
Is there anything I should know about getting there?
Well, most of it's sunken. Underwater. That means concrete underwater. Cut your boat if you're not careful. Be sure to enter from the south side. Water's deep there.
Okay.
Aye, aye, Captain.
Thank you. We'll use your skiff to get there.
Please be conservative with the fuel, will you? Just filled her up, but it's a small tank.
All right. Twins, tell me what I need to know.
The scruffy-haired little boy kicks a stone while the other watches him do it.
Okay, kids, you've been to that island, right?
On that island?
Yes, that one. I need to know what's there.
That's, nothing. It's just a seafort and some plants. You can take a raft there. It's great. And we make a fire. We make a fire. Mm-hmm. Gather the sticks for the fire. And bullets. Or not real bullets, empty bullets.
Bullet shells. There are a lot of them left over from the war, but this could be important.
Wait, you mean shells?
I don't know what those are.
What then?
They're lights. The fire guy comes and asks us to put the fire out.
They must mean a human being on that island, but it's cut off.
Someone lives on that island?
No. Yes.
Let's go with yes.
Why is he the fire guy?
Because he asks to put the fire out.
Why does he ask you to put the fire out?
I don't know. He doesn't like it. He doesn't like people to be there. You shouldn't go. Yes.
Yonaran's laconically standing with his hands glued to his side like a little tin soldier. You mentioned something about lights?
I don't know.
Did you mean there are electrical lights?
Yes.
Is there anything else you can tell me about this guy? Age? Does he live there?
No, he doesn't live there. I don't think. No, he lives there. Been there twice, 2 times. He doesn't live there. He isn't there sometimes.
Anything else? What does this guy look like?
I don't know. We ran. He just yelled we shouldn't be there.
Your father used to go to that island too, didn't he?
Our father killed himself. Don't say that, he didn't.
Father did not kill him.
I don't know. Doesn't even have anything to do with this, you. Father isn't the fire guy.
The two things are unconnected. Your question didn't make sense.
Is that all you know? Is there anything more you can tell me about the island?
Lights, fire guy. We should check up on that island.
Okay. Okay, so there are still things I can do. Ooh, call the station about Le Puta Madre. I want to head to the island. I'm too interested in like the main case right now.
A skiff with a small steering engine in the back floats on the calm mirror of the sea. Its 2 seats are empty. Once you get in, that's it. One pull of the starter handle, and you're off into the bay. A strange trepidation comes over you. Are you sure you want to go now? Have you made all the necessary preparations?
Oh.
Closed all your accounts?
Oh.
Remember what the net picker said. It's a small tank. You won't be going back and forth on this.
Okay, well, never mind then. Let's see if there's other stuff that we can do. Let's head over to the church real fast. Damn, they were really like, "Oh, you're not coming back, bro." I wonder if now it's a new day I could try to, like, some of these white checks again. Like, if I talk to this guy again, can I retry this check?
Hi again.
No, it's still locked.
How are things going? Goodbye, officer.
Okay, well, that's an issue. Let's go over here to the church so I can fast travel again. And we're going to go back to the Camina and we'll ask about that thing.
Inside, you see a set of steering levers, a radio microphone, a pull-out toolbox, and the soft glow of the fuel preheater gauge.
This is Precinct 57. How may I assist you?
Something is wrong. Only static hisses through the speaker. No reply. Only the mindless drone of static crawling through the air.
That's weird.
It's been this way for a while now. My guess is the Union is listening in on our conversations and jamming outward communications to protect themselves from Cronel. It only happens when someone mentions the attack. The rest is unaffected. Our best bet is to carry on like nothing happened. That is, if we don't want us cut off the grid completely.
Isn't that dangerous?
No more dangerous than stepping between 3 armed mercenaries and 8 Union men, I hope. I don't like it either, but that's the way it is. The street seems safe enough to me. If anything, taking out the mercs made things calmer. For now, you can try calling again. Just don't mention the
They're shutting you up, silencing you. Don't fucking drop your guard. Everything sounds okay. No drumbeat of total war yet. If anything, everything sounds too okay. In the cabin, you see a set of...
This is Precinct 57. How may I assist you?
Please connect me to Station 41. 41's Lazarus? I don't remember what that...
Just a moment.
10-4, come in, officer. Over.
I have to report that I found my badge, Jules.
10-4, sir, glad to hear that. I'll write down that there is no need to issue a new one to you then. Over.
Jules, I've heard some people think of me as La Puta Madre's peon. Do you think I'm corrupted?
10-4, sir. Well, there's been some talk, sir.
Some talk? What does it even mean there's been some talk? Do you think I'm corrupt or not?
I only meant that there's been some talk in the station, that's all. But there's always some talk in the station. You know how officers in Jamrock are. But then again, some of us truly are on the take. It's unfortunate. Over.
Okay.
Roger that. 10-10, over and out.
Well, I guess that's that. Solve the egghead puzzle. Yeah, I don't think that like enough of this stuff reset, and I'm kind of limited on my level ups. I could level up logic again to get access to that, but we'll do that. But I don't think I can. I don't think I can try this ice cream machine again, can I?
This orange machine is dead still. You slipped
it in so...
Equip the multi...
Oh.
This orange machine is dead.
Okay, well, I put a point to logic, so we can try the logic check again at the very least. And maybe try to close this church situation. There's a lot of loose ends that, like, I kind of feel like I'm just not capable of really wrapping up, unfortunately. Alright. Logic check. Let me make sure I give myself the best chance possible by putting on anything logic related. Logic. Logic. +1 logic, -1 suggestion, +2 logic. Yeah, we want that. +1 logic already on there. Alright.
Hi again. So, how are things going?
Take a moment to analyze.
A number of things.
Jesus, I got really close to failing that.
Let's take a look. How about gather around, kids?
Okay, kids, now gather around.
The young speed freak puts down a busted capacitor and looks at you. The one with the large head seems very enthusiastic about whatever you have planned. Their would-be leader is less amused.
Sometime in the past, I'm not sure where and how, I fell sick and became the shadow you see now. But before that, I have reason to believe I was a police detective.
But you still are!
Thanks for your kind words, but everyone in here sees I'm a disgrace to the uniform. I was good enough in this job to be awarded the rank of Lieutenant Yefrader. I could have been captain. Imagine that.
What happened?
Disco happened.
I've been trying to say we need the next step in dance music to happen fast! Shut it! What? I have! I've said that!
Now, obviously, that might as well have been 1,000 years ago, but there's still some detective left
The
in me.
young speed freak is silent. He senses something is wrong.
Suna hinted that there's something else going on, that I'm being naive.
Hey man, who knows what she's on about? I get it. She doesn't want us in the church. She's got something against us. Who doesn't like to dance? She doesn't like to dance.
This isn't the making of a club, it's a tent full of laboratory equipment for manufacturing drugs.
I have no idea how you arrived at that conclusion, but it's wrong. Look, we even have speakers.
One speaker. They have one speaker.
Where's his friend? Did he lose his friend?
What do you mean, friend?
The other speaker. You have only one.
It's a one-speaker system. It's monodynamic. You wouldn't know the first thing about sound reproduction in anodic music. Other speaker.
This may be the brain damage talking, but you've definitely never heard of monodynamic or one-speaker systems.
You have no headphones. Wouldn't a cell need her headphones to spin tape?
What do you know about spinning tape? Nothing.
I know you pawned them, likely for lab equipment and drug
I'm
ingredients.
sorry, but there is no lab equipment and no
Yes.
drug ingredients.
I'm sorry, but there's no lab equipment. Brr. Oh, Morty, I sold the drugs. The distilled water, cornerstone of a clean lab.
And of all cellular-based life, what's your point, Lawbringer?
There's no need for me to pile on anymore, is there?
No shit.
In short, you tried to use a police detective to set up a drug lab.
That's... Come on, that's...
Against the law?
I meant to say, not true.
So what are we going to do with you?
What do you mean, do?
There's resignation in his voice. He's almost ready to drop the act. It wouldn't take a lot of pushing. The optimal way to go about this would be indifference. It begins by you telling
Summary
him you don't
execution?
care about any of this.
I could just kill them? Tell them what's really going on and we'll work from there. I can be lenient.
What do you mean by lenient?
Not calling backup and hauling you off to the pen, for starters.
Okay, man, okay. Things are just so hard for an entrepreneur in this city right now. It's not like we lied when we said we want to turn a church into the wickedest club in East Revershoal. Because we do! We totally do! We just need to turn it into a speed lab before. To get our foot in the door.
And why did you need me?
Like I told you, spooky arseholes moved in while I was getting all this stuff together. A month ago, the
Get
place was
hype!
empty, and now it's all spooked up.
They're not really spooky, are they?
No, man. They're spooky, all right. It's just that they would also probably call the police if we started cooking speed in there. But the sign was way off, too. I couldn't feel the love at all. Sir, you promised you'd be lenient.
This is it. Judgment time.
Pack up and report.
No, please!
Sorry.
There needs to be a club for anodic music in there. Everyone hates each other. Everybody hates it here. It's all just drugs and we're slaves and I can't. We are running out of time.
That's why he looks heartbroken and older than you thought he was.
He looks almost as old as you.
We need a win. I promise you this will be a win. We won't cook speed in there. We'll do it clean. We'll do it true. We'll do it sober and real and beautiful. This will be a victory for the light.
This will be nothing. You can hear the ice cracking underneath you. Outside on the pier, the last century development crumbles in the wind. A grape-shot row of fallen houses, and so does Rue de Saint-Giron. and Main Street. The old cinema is sinking underneath Villa Labos.
Wait, does anyone feel that?
What?
I guess that's the thing. Lazla, if you avoid the call, we will consider you fugitives and hunt you down. And the suit is beautiful. I think I've changed my mind. Bro, I can't trust you guys not to cook speed. You bought all the fucking equipment.
No! What does that even mean? Fuck, man. You said you'd be lenient. What happens at the station?
The case will be reviewed. You might get prosecuted or not. We'll see.
Fine. I guess we're truly done.
First, I need to see all your identification
The
documents.
would-be leader pulls out a card from his jacket pocket and hands it to you. The name reads Pete Andre. His friend hands you his papers. The name reads Carl Holtzman.
Jermaine Vanderwijk.
Mark the names down on your paperwork and hand it to their
I guess that's that.
Pack it up, Egg.
Oh, she gone too? Yep, she's gone too. So does that close her case? Wow, that closed a bunch of cases. What? It just crossed it off the boardwalk? Okay, that's weird. Well, I guess that's it. I guess that's all that I've got right now, so I might as well go to the, I mean, I could go into the church real fast and talk to her and just see. I really thought about executing him, but I probably would have failed the check anyway. I don't have any hand-eye coordination. You're still here.
Yes, what is it?
Those ravers won't be bothering you anymore. I arrested them because they were planning a drug trade.
You arrested them? Didn't think the cops in this place had it in them.
I'll leave you to your work. Well, I guess that's that. Man, okay. I guess that's all I can do. I guess we'll save and then we'll head to the island and see what's up. Check your alignment real quick. My alignment? I don't actually know where that is. Is that over here? I do have 2 level ups I could use. Area Dubois, 13 for Sorry Cop, 216 cases solved. Yeah, I don't actually know what the alignment is. I have so many things I unlocked that I never actually went through the effort for. Okie doke. Quick save.
The skiff float once you get... Have you... Remember what the net picker said? It's a small tank. You won't be going back and forth on this.
Let's do it. Ride to the island.
Want to be free. Want to be free. It will last forever. Eternally. Want to be free.
Oh, maybe I should have tried to open that That bunker that was a red check that I never tried. That would have been a good use of... I suppose I could go back and still try it.
The boat comes to a slow stop. The lieutenant turns the engine off. Then there's silence.
What a moment. What a moment.
There is very little wind here today. The ghost is standing still. You look at your arms, then the cliffs above you. Let's go.
Here we are on the island. A makeshift bridge. The bombs are powerful enough to break the foundation. The rusted chain trails off into the ocean.
The chain trails off into the ocean, connecting the island to the supply depot on the coast.
This leads to the depot in Land's End.
Ah, yes. So it seems.
What do you think it was used for?
Bringing munitions to the island, maybe? And supplies? You could also lock the bay when you raise the chain.
As a defensive measure, lock it off that side of the bay.
Lock it off from whom?
From enemies. Enemies of the commune of Revachol. This sea fort was a revolutionary fortification, I believe.
Okay. I'm gonna make sure I keep my gun on me just in case. Gun and sword. And let's put stuff that just gives us like general bonuses in here. Is there a better pair of glasses? Sure, I'll do that. Better hat? Yeah, I'll do that. There's a lingering trace of mazout in the air. Some fuel has leaked out of the barrel. Black, viscous. Attention, inflammable. Warm air from inside the building. It's warmer there than out here. The barrel says, I see him. You see a star with little specks on it. Warm blood trickles down your armpit. The ligature is off. It's nothing. There, the stairs are gone.
ICN. This feels familiar somehow.
Yeah, it's beautiful. It is beautiful. What is the ICM?
Insulindian Citizens Militia. It's the official name of the Communards Army. The black and white army of the revolution.
Sounds an awful lot like.
RCM. It sounds like RCM. Revachol Citizens Militia.
It does. The RCM may descend from the ICM.
May?
It's impossible to say. It was chaos after the war. The name was good for getting people to join us. Revachol West was mostly workers and criminals.
Nice political thoughts rush through your neocortex. It's going to be hard to say them. Carrying around all that weight on a busted crutch is making you panic.
What I'm hearing is we descend from the glorious Revolutionary Army.
There were all sorts of groups and groupuscules back then. It doesn't really matter.
A white star?
No. An upside-down star.
With its horns in the sky. The symbol of the commune.
Are those speck stars
No,
too?
That's the uninhabited archipelago.
A DeLorean-era symbol of Insulinda, known as the face in the sea.
Looks old. What's it still doing here?
After 44 years? That's not nearly enough to hide what happened here, Lieutenant Gefreiter. One of these barrels was still leaking fuel, as you saw. The city is full of things like this. Old bullets, guns, fuel.
Okay. What? Oh, we're on an upper level. I didn't even realize. This was once an armament rest. Twin cannons were attached to your medium-distance large caliber. Careful, these stairs have collapsed.
An old cylindrical generator is nested above the ammo lift, with makeshift electrical wiring running out of its side and across the floor. The cables disappear into the wall to your right. The lieutenant puts his hand on the metal barrel, checking for warmth.
It's cold now, but someone has been maintaining it. The wiring has been repaired.
Where do these wires lead?
Downstairs, somewhere.
What kind of generator is this?
Liquid carbon. I would imagine it takes mazout. The kind that's favored by vagrants and fuel thieves. It's been a long winter, long and cold.
If anyone stayed here, they'd need a generator. A hollow ring. The canister is empty. Dust falls from the generator and down into the ammo lift.
What does this mean? A generator here?
I don't know. I'm not a philosopher.
That is his idea of a joke.
I mean, why is it here?
Someone with basic electrical skills has restored it in order to keep the room warm. Maybe it's the fire guy.
The wind outside picks up suddenly, with a faint howl. Inside, it's warm.
It is interesting that it is warm in here. Books, mostly fantastique and historical fiction. Dishes stained with sauce and fire, a survivor's kitchen. A moth-bitten bed sheet keeps the wind out. See candles planted on a broken rangefinder.
There's a greasy old spring mattress in the corner, resting on piles of soft-cover books. White linen and a pillow are visible under a worn-out caracal blanket.
Someone has been squatting here. The linen is fresh, recently washed.
How recent?
You force the rest of the sentence out through pain, thick as molasses, no longer able to hear yourself speak.
You know, officer, you can rest here if you are feeling tired. I will keep watch. You could use some rest for what's ahead. Yes,
No.
anytime. If you need a rest later, it's okay by me.
You don't
I have full health.
to be a hero.
I am a hero, baby. These books?
Books and magazines lie scattered on the floor and on a makeshift cupboard. They are not particularly well organized. Most are soft covers, serialized fantastique and detective stories from the 20s and 30s. This disparate digest includes the classic Animal Adventures, popular depictions of man versus nature by amateur naturalists T&T Harpin, husband and wife. Widely read by people from all walks of life. Who doesn't like nature? Who doesn't want to survive? Among what is mostly commercial fiction and serialized stories, you find a magazine cathodique for electrical engineering. Then it's back to pulp. Light erotica an international thriller about circuit benders.
Someone's made themselves a home.
Ooh, conceptualize? Do I have conceptualize on different things? Throw that on. Throw that on. And am I losing any? No. Okay.
Soft covers, serialized, and oh yes, under the bed, there is a rather extensive collection of critical theory, that is, dour, life non-affirming left-wing literature, published by small imprints such as Abattoir Firm and Ouzia. It's not exactly like reading.
Look, Kim, powerful communist theory, rigorous and truthful.
Ouzia. I agree. Humanitarian sciences. It stands out. Not a lot of critical theory around in Ravachol West.
Your incendiary remark has failed to provoke him.
What do you think this means?
Again, I am not a philosopher, but whoever has lived here, they have some education and a certain set of interests.
Okay, I'm immediately reminded of the apartment. There was the apartment that was left abandoned, that was owned by one, locked and abandoned.
Interesting.
So that immediately comes to mind. Ooh. FALN. Army surplus winter scarf. What do these give me? Hand-eye coordination. That's kind of nice. +2 empathy, -1 composure. Sucks to be poor. Yeah, now I'm getting a lot of hand-eye coordination. Some health. Some more health. Great blast door must weigh over 10 tons. Rust peels off of it.
You see a small metal door nested inside a larger one. A heavy steel blast door. There is a conventional keyhole above the handle. It's very small.
What's on the other side?
Another part of the island, probably. The lock looks like it could still be usable.
How do we open this?
Maybe this is one of the doors we don't open?
He's right. It would be better to open its big brother. A powerful engine hangs under the ceiling. It must control the blast door.
We're right. You're right. We opened the big one. Do you see the controls are anywhere?
I think there's a console just southeast. Let's look around. Getting the blast door open seems like the best plan.
Okay. Over here. Hatch is jammed shut. Is this the door?
Green paint flicks off the monoblock aluminium cabinet. There are rows of switches on the front panel, a frequency band, and even a keyboard.
When your fingers
the
crossed.
keys rattle like teeth. This keyboard hasn't been functional in decades.
What is this then?
The console of an anti-computation device. The generator upstairs, with wires coming out. They terminate here.
Did this open the blast door?
Possibly. Urgence, ouvert, allumé, radio diffusé. It sounds like this device was used to control the electronics here. Maybe it still does.
This device was used to control the electronics in the room. It could open doors, control lights, function as a radio computer. Nothing happens. The dial slides under the glass. Silently, you make out defunct stations on the UKV frequency. The words, Feld Insula, are written on the band. An idea lights up in your head.
Maybe we could contact Suna, the programmer later. She could open the door for us remotely.
This is an air-gapped system. Of air, I think they call it. That won't work.
Are you sure?
No, I'm not. But it would not be very good military technology if programmer ladies could control it remotely. Also, it's ancient. Incompatible.
Nah, well, I tried. Something hiding under the stairs? Let's go out this way real fast before we try to... Oh.
Yes?
Firing slit you can see inside. It must have been a direct hit to take such a huge chunk. Okay. Doesn't look like this. Oh, wait, right here. The pain in your pelvis makes you wince, then you continue. The inside of the fortress, you make out the console and the blast door. Stay on the shore right now. Winch is broken. Rust was eaten the remains of the chain.
A strange feeling, looking at the water. Maybe you should just wander off into the sea. In the still mirror of the bay, you see Martinez, reflected. Tall edifices of ruins reach into the water, like shimmering towers. And the shacks too. Pine trees and motor lorries, upside down. Islets and posts, like stepping stones, lead into the water in front of you. Go. Step in. It's been too long.
What?
Perhaps there's someone there, under the water.
I am under the water.
Where it has always been, in front of the video rental, on the corner, at the crossing.
But it's cold.
Yes, cold and still. But love is warm, like the inside of her mouth.
Yes,
oh, fuck, yes. Go there in your head. It's been days since you thought about her. A week. No, we're not starting with that. Not now. Not this time. This thought is over.
Very interesting. We still can't seem to get more lore on that. Every time it's been brought up that we had someone like that, it gets shut down.
There's a rain-soaked mattress on a concrete slab, only half covered by the crumbling roof. At the head of it, double embrasures, firing slits like two eyes in the wall.
B triple prime. This looks like a good place to shoot from.
Inspect the mattress.
A single-person mattress, modern, civilian use. Brand name, Marjorie. There's a fuel stain on the cover, along with cigarette burns. And an empty can of beans on the ground next to it, filled to the brim with cigarette butts.
Pick one out of the can.
The silhouette of a tobacco picker adorns the paper filter. The brand, Tio Moteri. Contemporary Revacholians prefer Druan, a local blend from the southern islands, or Astra, the legendary cigarette from Grad. Tio Moteri is favored by older men for its paper filter tips, sweet smell, and added tar.
The one's been smoking here.
The smoker is a clean person. I didn't see any signs of smoking inside. Keeps it tidy. Prefers to come out here to smoke.
That's a good point. Older man?
There's a firing slit in the wall in front of you, like a little window. Quite old and grimy, from years without cleaning by anything other than the rain.
Let's look through.
The springs screech as you lean on the mattress and crane your neck to look out. Trepidation. A tingling feeling in your stomach. A small piece of Martinez coastline opens up in the square in front of you, like a tiny landscape painting. 1 kilometer across the water. The ruins look familiar.
On the left.
A towering skyscraper, its top floors shaved off by artillery fire. Capeside apartments. Rue de Saint-Ghislain, 33A and 33B.
And on the right?
The red chimney and collapsed back of the 4-story tenement in front of the Whirling in Rags, Rue de Saint-Ghislain, 10, the doomed commercial area.
And between the two?
The box-shaped silhouette of the Whirling in Rags. Its sloped roof, a tiny fleck of light catches your eye on the rooftop, sunlight reflecting off the upstairs window of Clausia's room.
There it is.
Do you have a line of sight to the window?
Yes, there's an opening between 33A and 10. I can see the roof.
I can see it. Through the scope of a rifle. The shooter would be prone, lying on the mattress, barrel resting on the embrasure.
Cheek against the cheek rest, hand on the hair trigger. On a calm day like this.
Him. I could make it. I could make the shot.
Good. I think we have it, Detective. The origin of the shot. This is the sniper's nest.
Affirmative.
Finally.
In our defense, nothing pointed here. Many leads pointed elsewhere.
6 people are dead. We could have prevented it.
Don't beat yourself up, officer. We did not put guns in their hands or get them drunk.
The lieutenant pauses. Regret comes over him.
We will make up for it. Here. I feel it.
Could the shooter still be here?
Where?
On this island.
He does not answer, just nods. With his back hunched, he looks around once more and says,
"We should move now."
Weathered artillery map showing coordinates of the Bay of Revshall. An old medicine cabinet newly stocked with dramamine. Dramamine, whatever. You feel eyes on your back. Someone's watching you, but you can't say where. Oh boy, oh boy. This is getting serious. Oh, here was the thing that popped up I missed. Water rushes below, far down below.
The console is powered.
We need to restore power before using this, officer. The generator, it didn't look like there was fuel in it. We should look around outside. There are barrels all over. Maybe one of them still
I think we
has
already found a
something
gas
in it.
can.
The boat engine. The console looks on as you...
Is this empty, the what I got? There is some fuel in this betta canister, a liter or two. Yeah. Well, we just need to fire it up long enough to get it to open the door. I don't really want to pull from my own gas supply and potentially get stranded.
This old
Hello, Mercury.
cylindrical generator. The lieutenant assists you, holding the canister up to the fuel tank as you tilt. Doc, there's a red starter switch on the side.
We
of the
are
cylinder
pretty
and the
deep in at
starter
this point,
on
I
the other
think.
side. The lieutenant flicks the switch. The recoil start wakes the old generator up. The machine sputters like an old warhorse before settling down to a rattle.
That should do it.
Okay. Back to the door.
A dim golden glow animates the console. Faint, like a ghost light. Urgence ouvert reads one dial key. Allumer reads another.
It's on. Turn emergency open.
Automatic boot. The blast door opens with a series of clicks. A shaft of light appears, then widens as the light shines in.
Very long opening animation.
After you.
Or outside, when we were walking across the sand, I felt someone watching me.
So did I. Not back there, but I felt it since we came here.
What if we go and do another fight?
Don't worry. I have a gun.
What's there? I also have a gun.
I know. It was not easy to acquire.
Let's go. Okay, I'm going back to hand-eye coordination stuff. Making sure I have that on. Just in case. No, I still have the hand-eye coordination stuff on, don't I? Am I losing hand-eye? I don't think so. +1, +1. Okay. Let's do this thing. Oh, man. What's going to be over here? Small white flowers blossom all around you. A rubber dingy. It's deflated and broken.
An old man, wearing tracksuit trousers, leans on the frame stock of his rifle. He gathers a big ball of spit in his mouth, then spits it out into the extinguished fire before him. He raises his black eyes, hooded by creased eyelids, to meet yours, unclouded by cataracts. His eyesight is sharp. He's practically tearing up from spite. Hatred got the best of him a long time ago. This man hates everything.
Are you the fire guy?
The what now? I can't hear you.
Did you recently tell 2 kids to put out their fire? 2 twins?
I may have. All sorts of little rats have come sniffing around, trying to give up the position. Fire guy. Regressive bourgeoisie henchman. Can't even talk like a grown-up.
You've retained your eyesight.
My eyesight? Yes. Helps me see all the shit.
Did you close the blast door?
I did. And you opened it. How?
I fueled the generator, then used the console.
I should have burned that console down.
How'd you know I was coming?
The boat engine. On the water.
Nice gun you got there.
It's not nice. It's a piece of shit. But it gets the job done.
Is that a Bell McGraw?
It's a 3-Angong 446.
Southeast Samaran made. Exotic. Must be defunct too. No modern rifle manufacturer of that name springs to mind.
A Samaran rifle. How did you get hold of one?
It was sent to us by our brothers in the Sinyao commune. Military aid.
Pats the rifle.
It has stayed true to him. He can still make it sing.
The Sinyao commune?
You heard me. It's good now. Like chalk, wiped from the board.
He's right. Almost no one remembers there was a third metastasis of the world revolution in the Safre Empire, extinguished in 06.
It's not wiped from the board. I remember it.
They wouldn't like hearing their name in your mouth. Damn dog.
Your weapon has stayed true to you. Mine has stayed true to me too.
Yes. I bet you've killed a lot of people with it. You fascist fuck. Have you come to make me one of them?
His grip on the rifle tightens.
We have come to ask you questions. Nothing more. If you do not comply, we will take you in. Do you understand?
Sir, I need you to put that gun down. Put down that gun so we can talk further. We're with the police.
The lieutenant pulls his pistol from the holster.
You are a glorified night watchman. This is a service rifle. I can only lay it down before an enemy commander of corresponding rank.
I am an enemy commander of rank. Put it down.
The words, I am an enemy commander, sound cold as iron from your lungs. The old man still hugs his gun.
And what rank would that be?
Lieutenant W. Freighter.
A big wheel of the 4th Regiment of the Pederast Army. To hell with it. It's a walking stick anyway. It's out of bullets.
The old man lays the rifle down carelessly, then stares at it, just lying there.
He stares on, his wrinkled mouth moving without a sound. A strange sadness, like a song.
What did you say?
The future teaches you to be alone.
The present.
The present.
The present to be afraid and cold.
The old man pulls back the hood of his plastic cape and looks up into the sky. It's blue-gray, the same color as the sea. Those words, the future teaches you.
Real music. It's La Revacholière, you shit-licking bougie dog. Chanson de soldat of the black and whites.
Marching song. Forget about that for a moment. You need to address that remark first.
I know La Revacholière. It's the marching song of the World Revolution.
There you go. One of 3. In Grad, they sang Brave Children, favorites of history. And in Sinyao, it was some Samaran shit, I guess.
How does it go? The song.
How did it go?
He looks at his gun on the ground and shakes his head slowly.
Something about shooting rabbits. I don't know. I can't remember. It doesn't matter. It's gone now.
I might have to look up some of the voice actors, but I know, from what I understand, a lot of the voice team for Disco Elysium were like first-time performers, from what I understand.
His gaze follows your motions. The rifle feels surprisingly light in your hand. Frame stopped and patched in places with tape and wire.
Inspect it.
The rifle's in a shabby state, like a crutch that's seen too much travel. Hieroglyphs are embossed into the forearm, made of walnut. On the butt, you see Vespertine writing, burned into the wood. Triangon, 4.46 millimeter, made in Sinyao.
This uses jacketed ammunition, 4.46.
The right type and the right calibre.
He's liking this.
It says he said it's Triangong, made in Sinhao.
No one said it
Sinyao.
has to be a Belmagrave. We were just guessing.
From ballistics, it could easily have been a Triangon, too.
It doesn't matter if it was made in Shanti. All it has to do is use jacketed ammunition. And it does.
Stop.
The old man keeps following your motion with his gaze. His right arm twitches suddenly. This looked very much like the murder weapon. It could be used against him to get a confession. In time.
Who are you?
My name is Josef Lilianovich Dross. Political Commissar of the 114th Anti-Aircraft Division of the 4th Army of the Commune of Revachol. I am a deserter, a partisan, and a prisoner of war. This is my termless surrender.
His eyes turn to the reeds again, dead and dull.
The Commune of Revachol? Do you mean the ICM? You're a holdover from the...
From the Insulindian Citizens Militia, the army of the revolution. I was recruited in Jamrock in 07, trained in the École de Contrôle Orient, and consigned to emergency defense duties in 08. I left my unit on the eve of the landing. When I returned here on May 14th, the commune had fallen. Still armed and ideologically trained.
It's probably top 2.
I wrote a criticism of myself and resumed partisan duties.
51 minus 8 equals 43.
You've been on this island for 43 years?
No. I've been on other islands, too. I was in Resurrection until they turned it into a spa in 18. Then I was on E48, a nameless sound, until the sea washed over it. Then I came back here. That was 22 years ago.
Again, you've been hiding here for 43 years?
43 years and 10 months.
I don't even know what that is.
It's inhuman. It's sick. It's not how a human being should live, but I had to. I couldn't just forget. I couldn't just forget what I saw.
What have you been doing during all this time?
Hiding, fishing, waiting.
Where the afternoon grows late, on Rue de Saint-Ghislain, people walk home. Street lights will soon be lit. Further inland, the streets are alive with workers, men, women, children, street hawks and migrant laborers. The temperature is steady. Alto cumulus clouds form above Precinct 41. 2 police officers step out of the Whirling in Rags cafeteria. Satellite officer Jean-Vic Mayer inspects giant letters across the plaza mosaic in dark red government-marked heavy fuel oil. Patrol officer Judith Minot points west. The fishing village. She glances at her watch. We meet in 15 minutes. It's a 10-minute walk. The officers go, leaving behind the writing, still smelling of petroleum. One day, it says, I will return to your side.
Always waiting.
The old man turns his eyes from the shore and back to you. For what?
For her to return.
Her who?
Girl, child, revolution.
Girl Child Revolution? I came from the mainland. I can assure you that is not what the people are planning.
I am not a fool. I know. The material base for an uprising has eroded. The working class has betrayed mankind. The historic opportunity for a revolution has passed. It will not come back anymore, however hard I try, whatever I do.
You said you deserted your unit?
I was just 16 years old. 15 when I volunteered. I had a lapse of faith. And of courage, too.
Lapse of faith?
You could say I misunderstood the historic role of the proletariat and thought Mazovian socioeconomics were fallible. For a second, I doubted the irreducible laws of historic materialism. A second is all it took.
For what?
For reaction to take hold.
What's reaction?
Petty bourgeois terror. It's in all men.
It wasn't reaction. You were just afraid.
It's the same thing. You haven't seen it. Not really. Not naked. It's impossible not to be afraid.
And this was when?
Lieutenant instinctively looked over his notebook, but does not take it out.
May the 13th, 08. 44 years ago. The horizon was black with coalition airships. Their petroleum rose to the sky, and it looked like it formed the clouds. Storm clouds. When they started shelling, it was dark magic.
Dark magic.
The combined might of international capital. All at once, all the greed and terror in the world tore into Revachol. It lifted streets from the ground and turned houses into ghosts. We were in the flak tower, huddled on the floor. The artillery was 80 kilometers away in Ozon, but I knew the commune would fall. We would all be turned into ash. So I said I was going to the map room.
He looks east.
A terrible shame still within him. The lobes of his ears are red with it. The shame and smallness of what he became.
You didn't go to the map room?
No. I climbed the chain link across the water and hid inland, in the bunkers there, like the weakest of the weak. A mouse, frightened at the ordnance all night, and the sound of the rotors in the morning, whirring.
What was that?
Airships. I climbed out into hell. The landing was complete. The chain was submerged. I had to swim back. The fortress was half submerged too. Shattered. They'd all drowned in the lower levels, or got torn to shreds above. The anti-aircraft gun had malfunctioned. So had I. I left them without ideological direction. It was real. I'd seen it. I'd seen it in reality.
Seen what?
The mask of humanity fall from capital. It has to take it off to kill everyone, everything you love. All the hope and tenderness in the world. It has to take it off just for 1 second to do the deed. And then you see it, as it strangles and beats your friends to death. The sweetest, most courageous people in the world. You see the fear and power in its eyes. Then you know.
What?
That the bourgeois are not human.
I mean, he's not wrong, right?
I had to. I had to fight it. I had to never stop.
The old man falls silent. His black eyes keep piercing your skin as to look to some great distance behind you, shaking his head slowly, retreating from it. What is this place? This island?
It's not an island, Dwight. It's a defensive fortification of the commune of Revachol. And I am its last surviving defender.
What was it used for?
The congenitally deformed King Philip II built it to restrict access to the Bay of Revachol. We captured it in '02, retrofitted the fort with an AA gun to defend against an airborne landing. Against the whole world.
You mean the landing? Retaking of Revachol?
Coalition military called it Operation Deathblow. I later found out on the radio. They called it death blow. You're one of them. Tell me, who speaks like that? We had 50 million people on Caillou alone.
First, I'm not one of them.
Sure you are. You're RCM. Answer me. Who calls an operation against 50 million people death blow?
Murderers. I know what you mean.
You don't know. You haven't seen it. Iblis.
Iblis?
The black-eyed angel.
Shaitan Order, the Darkened One.
How have you survived all this time?
How does anyone survive? I steal.
Now hold on there.
What? That's a choice. You could have become self-employed, create the system. No. What do you steal?
Supplies, vegetables. I collect rainwater. It's the life of a dog, not a human being.
How is your health, Mr. Dross?
I've been throwing up blood since winter. Red, like beetroot. Been passing it in stew, too.
He does seem frail. Good for his age. More like 75 than 65. Trouble putting on weight could mean cancer.
The RCM can provide medical services. You need to be looked over.
I need to die.
A droll
You don't have medical facilities. You have guns. That's all they give you. Toy guns.
We have Dramamine and other opioid-based painkillers. You must be in pain.
I have been running out of that stuff.
This is a serious situation. You need to be looked over, and we can do it.
There's nothing to look over. The triage is in, and it's black. Administer morphine. Moribund.
How have you coped, mentally?
I haven't. I have holes in my brain. Years missing. Others filled with pain only. A decade of...
His eyes roll into his skull and back.
I don't even know what. Inferno?
I would imagine it gets tremendously difficult, mentally, to live in isolation.
Traitors. It's better alone. I watch the people of this city turn the lights back on, more and more each year. Ruins, glimmering in the dark, like a fucking merry-go-round. It's disgusting.
He looks down at his shoes, his face parched from the sun and the wind. There's a wince of pain in there somewhere.
Are they not heartbroken? How could they have moved on?
Have you concealed yourself all these years?
It was hard in the tens. I didn't have partisan training. They were searching for stragglers, those bloodhounds. Floodlights on the water at night.
There were posters, campaigns.
We communards still hoped, and they needed to snuff that hope out. The East capitulated. Martinez and Cold City were turned to dust. But Jamrock, Forburg, even Coron, and Boogie Street, of course. Those fucking kips had Marsov coursing through their veins. And others too. Some cordons of Revachol was still fighting. There were cells. I tried to contact them. Soon they all went silent. The frequency's dead.
How'd you get between here and the mainland?
At night. I used a dinghy. I only went after dark then. When I got to the city, I stayed underground. Patrols, you lot, the commons too. They'd started snitching.
In the city, you move underground?
From bunker to bunker. Not anymore. No one cares now. I don't even have to hide. They think I'm another antisocial vagrant. I could walk straight into that town if I wanted. I just...
All silent, his gaze fixed on the shacks huddled together across the water. Why don't you just walk there?
I don't want to. They're all traitors. Pigs, rabbits, and dogs. Men without ideals are only animals.
He does not want to see life moving on. People forgetting, drinking, laughing.
The weapons cache under St. Ghislaine 22B. In the basement. Have you been there?
So you finally found it.
He looks at you.
There must have been a small squadron's worth of arms in there. Elmer Graves, right?
They were.
Useless now. Rusted away.
So you've been there?
Sleeping. Some nights. Ammo scrounging on others. Those McGraves were shit, even before they corroded. Some had bullets in the chamber, however.
You feel the dots connecting. Little dots on the map he's walked across.
There's a small bunker under the Feld building. Have you stayed there?
The propaganda bunker.
Yeah, it didn't look like
I
anyone's
used
been in
to,
it in a while.
But not anymore.
Propaganda bunker?
They stored leaflets there. Broadcasting equipment, too. Made broadcasts, I think. Propaganda officers. I buried them with their leaflets. They killed themselves. 2 young boys.
Killed themselves?
A lot of our boys did. I spent some winters there. Never liked it. Kept thinking of them. No need to go underground anymore. It's better in the ruins, on the ground.
The old man looks across the water, at the city, the ruins, the motorways rising above it.
You said this is your termless surrender.
You're with the RCM. The coalition-appointed mob that enforces bourgeois morals in Revachol. A so-called Lieutenant W. Freighter.
We're not coalition appointed. We just try to help people.
You're the RCM. You represent the
Some
Moralist
Instagram reels and some
International,
TikToks.
The enemies of humanity who took this city. I represent their adversary, le Parti Communiste d'Insolande. Take me to them as a prisoner of war. I have relinquished my weapon. I can no longer serve.
There's 2
no
of chat members.
superiors can relieve me of my duty. You bulldoze them all to a mass grave for trying to free humanity.
Oh, 2 types. I get you.
A spray of blood from his mouth on the black charcoal in the fire pit. Rene, the royalist on the coast, said,
The communards signed the Revacholian Instrument of Surrender.
Liberal reactionaries signed that instrument. Traitors who should have been burned alive. I answer to the Communist Party.
Is that part of why you've been here all this time? Because the party didn't surrender?
He just wipes the blood from his chin.
Understood.
I don't think you did. You live in a delusion. Radio shows, speed racing, and sporting goods. It's not real.
So you're a communist soldier from the communist army?
No, I am not a soldier. I am an ideological officer. I belong to the party, not the army.
But you said you were trained and assigned to the Defense Corps.
Trained in historical materialism, then assigned as a political commissar by the party. These things used to mean something.
Wait, what does political commissar do?
The old man does not answer. He tilts his silver head and looks at the reeds. You see a small tremor pass through his legs.
His job was to assure the army answers to civilian control and follows the ideology of the commune.
The lieutenant says softly.
Scientific communism. A commissaire politique is a night philosopher of the revolution, a future human.
That means you're a trained communist, right?
He nods slowly. Then another tremor.
I'm tempted to go into the communist stuff, but it doesn't feel appropriate right now, you know? It's a little almost rude. I'm a revolutionary too. Today the real revolutionizing is done by entrepreneurs.
You're part of the meat shield. The human meat shield that surrounds the fascists and the license holders. You take the fire while they rape and kill. That's what you are.
Detective, we have not come here to discuss ideology.
Yeah.
We have come to ask questions regarding a murder investigation.
That's fair.
The old man spits into the fire pit. He does not say anything more. A jitter passes his lower body.
I have another serious question for you.
There's nothing serious in this world. It's a farce.
What have you been using this gun for?
I've used it for killing people.
Killing people?
It's a gun. That's what they're for. You want a moralist euphemism? Defending your family and your property. I haven't done that. I've used it to kill people.
Interesting. During or after the war?
There is no after the war. Class war is never over.
So he's continued killing after hostilities ended. Okay. Okay. Go in straight. No euphemisms. He doesn't like those. No. Be careful now. Slow and steady does it. Make him repeat it first. Don't mess this up. Remember, he wants to tell you. Get personal.
So you're saying you killed people... wait. I know you want to tell me. Have you killed anyone with that gun? I know. Yeah, let's do that. I know you want to tell me. Have you killed anyone with that gun in the last week or two?
I don't want to tell you anything, you grotesque murderer.
Damn it, suggestion.
And why did you think that was a good idea?
You told me!
Don't listen to me. I'm wrong all the time.
So you're saying you killed people after active fighting stopped?
What did I just say?
What did I just tell you? Don't
God
drop
damn
the
it.
ball now.
Did you use that gun to shoot and kill a colonel, the security contractor Crenell?
The who now?
He leans in, it comes.
He heard you. He just wants to hear you say it again. This is dramatic flair on his part. Right choice. We're in. Do it, sire.
Probably wouldn't want to hear it from you, at least. That's fair. The fascist death squad who took a bullet in the mouth on the night of March 4th.
Oh, yes. That one. Ugly piece of work, that boy.
Did you kill him?
Lieutenant makes a sudden step forward.
I am a son of a welder and an officer of the Commune of Revachol. I do not collaborate with murderers and pederasts of the liberal regime.
Like telling Gordon Ramsay you're a chef because you can use a microwave.
Exhaust
True.
him with proof. Pile it all on him. Get a confession. The gun. The murder weapon is the perfect opener. The scent of blood in the air. But what else? There was something you can't remember. Something about the tracks. Suddenly, all those tracks are so confusing. Go with something else first.
I don't need your cooperation. I've got this.
Not a lot of guns around that use military-grade ammunition, are there?
It's a real gun. Not like your little musketeer pistol. I've seen you prance around with that. Jumping hoops for the liberals. You look like imbeciles. Why don't you ask them to give you real weapons? Going against automatic rifles with these toy guns. Of course you got those boys killed.
Damn, he saw you. He's watched it happen. He would have a good view of the tribunal from here. It's not just empty boasting.
That hurts.
So he saw you. Okay. So what? Don't let it divert you.
Stop changing the subject. We have the murder weapon.
You know what? You're right. I'm convinced this made the shot. Should we call it?
You think we have the murder weapon?
4.46 jacketed ammunition, modified for range. We have it. This is it.
I'm calling it. We have the murder weapon.
This feels good, doesn't it? Tearing things up like this. When you have the murder weapon, you have the killer.
Murder.
The old man does not say more. He just glances into the reeds and then twitches once more.
This pushed him, but not enough. Just a little more.
We've done the ballistics. The shot came from the island.
I saw you poking around there, looking for evidence. You're damn diligent when it comes to dead fascies. Did you like the view?
You had direct visibility. There are embrasures in the concrete, specifically meant for a top follower to use. And you had a long-range rifle in your possession. You've been here a long time, Mr. Druss. Too long. You clearly need medical aid.
I'm ready to die. I've done my part.
He's practically admitting to it. Dead fascists for fascists. Done his part. Just one thing remains unclear. The rifle does not seem to have a scope.
One thing, where's the scope? How'd you make the shot without a scope? We have everything else.
Forget about your stupid fucking scope. I don't know where it is. Find it yourself. It's your problem now.
He lost it. He just doesn't know where it is. Forget it. Push on.
You said fascies. You're admitting you killed him?
You're sad for your fascia brother, aren't you? One twig got broken. Now the others are sad.
He waves his hand. There's a twitch, then one more, one in his right eye.
Almost. He almost burst out there. Keep piling arguments. Anything.
Come on, what am I forgetting?
Wait, here it comes. The goddamn Maybells. The dried Maybells on Clausia's roof.
Yes.
There were Maybells in the grass when you got here, and Maybells on Clausia's balcony. Wait, don't forget the footprints.
Yeah.
The diagonal prints in the dust in the secret space behind Clausia's bedroom. Now, they're gonna come up.
Of course, thank you, Ed.
You got it. Remember? The boot prints were like no modern soul.
I wonder what brand of boots you're wearing.
Everything is brands with you individualists. Who cares what brand my shoes are? Sansa.
He looks at his running shoes covered in mud.
Shit.
Show me the soles, please, Mr. Dras.
Fucking imbecile.
Black. The old man stretched out his leg. A black and white spiral pattern covers the sole of the worn-out old running shoes at his feet. Is it? My side is not saying any dropped frames.
The maker is called Sensory. You see their V-shaped logo, but can't make out the size. These are not the unusual horizontal pattern soles you saw in the dust on the floor of the hidden room. They do, however, seem to be about the same size.
The size fits, but not the sole.
Wait, maybe it's simpler than that.
Sire, he doesn't have to be wearing them right now.
People change shoes. Doesn't mean they weren't there. Near the room the victim died in, sneaking around.
Racking those brains, are you? Desperate to report something back to your masters? They must have really loved that dead fuck.
The lieutenant gives you a quick sideways glance and nods to acknowledge. The prints were his. You can see it in those eyes. He can't keep them from
I don't really feel confident in that.
The old man stares at his own prints in the ash around the fire. Silent suddenly, some strange process within him. A gush of wind. Seagulls in the distance. You've almost got him. Just a last little push.
Maybells, behind the victim's window. I saw them growing here.
Damn Maybells. The whole island is turning white with them.
He seems tender suddenly. Nostalgic even. A strange mood swing.
So many this year, too? The spring is coming. No, it's already here. Wash the filth away.
I haven't seen these flowers anywhere else in Martinez. Only here.
They blossom on the islets before. We fertilized them with our blood. Resurrection was snow white in May, before they ruined it.
South, the Bay of Martinez is dotted with little freckles of islets, turning green, with white flowers in white snow.
The coast, too, before they piled their containers on top of it, filled with broken, useless trash for fat-fingered bourgeois children to play with.
You must get around a lot to stay undetected all these years. Do you know any secret paths? Pinball workshops?
I may.
A young woman called Clausier. Ring any bells? Flowers like these were behind her window.
Clausier.
He knows her, but hadn't heard the name.
Yes, Clausier, you hadn't heard her name, had you?
My ears don't reach the city.
You know her, right? She had intimate relations with the victim, the mercenary.
With the victim?
He turns his sight from the whitening field of flowers and falls silent. Then the muscles in his jaw twitch, a spasm.
You know who he was. A coalition-trained murderer, armored and armed. He wasn't human. The blunt end of a hammer, dripping with blood.
He was a soldier, too. He was a man.
Beating us to the ground. moaning with joy. You hounds get so thorough when a company-trained killer dies. I haven't seen you on this coast for 40 years. You know, maybe I should have killed one sooner. Got your attention. Now you stop beating druggies and prostitutes in your basement. Now you come to investigate. Not when they die by the hundreds.
This is it. Shot him. Shot him. Say shot him, not killed him.
So you shot him.
Oh, the inhumanity. One paramilitary less in Revachol.
You can almost see him squeeze a tear out of his eye. His fists begin to tremble from the anger.
The lieutenant raises his right arm to hush you. Hush. He does not need to be pushed anymore. The ball is rolling.
I had them in my sights. Both of them. Him and the whore. I was breathing with them, in phase. And I pulled the trigger and flew on the air until I landed in his mouth.
He begins to smile.
I didn't think I had a shot like that in me anymore. I did. I saw him kneel there with his mouth full of death, and that stupid look on his face. And his dick still in her.
Then what?
Nothing. I went to sleep. Next morning there were Maybells everywhere. The world was white, or what's left of it anyway. My last spring here. I knew the fascists would come to avenge their own, and so they did.
Mr. Dross, are you aware you're confessing to murder?
Yes.
And you were looking at them, the victim and a young woman, having sex, through the scope of your rifle that night, before you shot him?
The old man nods.
Why?
Because that's what they were doing.
The motive. This is where the motive is going to come from. You can coax it out of him. The lieutenant's preparing the ground.
I don't understand. Do you, detective? I don't understand this part.
Why were you looking at them that night?
I'm always looking.
He cocks his head to the side, then turns his eyes to the city. Another tremor passes his right side, lower in intensity.
Are you always looking through the scope of a rifle? I'm just trying to understand.
A rifle scope has the best magnification.
And if you don't like it?
Click.
Pull the trigger?
Yes. Think of it as a form of critique.
He will not stop now. These dialectical materialist types never do. Exploit it. You got him going. Connect every little piece now. Wrap this up like a gift.
What specifically did you not like about what you saw the night of the murder?
Them. Fucking. I didn't like that.
So you were jealous?
Jealousy is a reactionary concept.
Parasocial before it was cool.
The Reaver enjoying himself. Drugged out. Soothed in the arms of a young woman. I wanted him to die so he could not enjoy life anymore.
For him to stop reacting to stimuli. To be broken off from the world. Cordoned into darkness.
And I wanted to see his head explode. That too. She should know better than to hold a child murderer between her thighs. I knew he'd be there for one more second. Writhing. That's all it takes for the bullet to reach his head. Now that I think of it, I wasn't aiming for his mouth. I wanted his brains to spill out on her. But you can't have everything.
This man has seen past her, like you did. And now he longs to see her covered in blood. To punish her.
How long have you been watching her?
Since she came to Martinez. I saw her sneaking in the reeds early in the morning, behind the Fell building. It was dark, still winter. She didn't have her skimpy outfit on then, just a spot in the night, moving.
Past the Fell building on the coast? What was she doing there?
Hiding something in the water. She had a fag after she'd done it. I was up in the ruins there. She couldn't see me, but I could see her, smoking. She was nervous, but not scared.
What do you think she hid there?
Her passport and tickets to Villiers. And from there to Cachet Brut.
In the free state of Semonine, hidden away at the edge of the earth, near the Pale.
This is the hidden buoy she told us about. You looked into it.
After she was gone.
Did you keep what was in it? When we found the submersible, it was empty.
No. Why would I do that? I didn't need tickets to Villiers. I'd put them back. If I wanted to extort someone, I'd do better.
This implies that he's thought about extorting her. Also, a little inconsistency here. He was surprised to hear her name Clausia before. Would he not
Wasn't
have
it a
seen
different
on the
name
documents?
on the passport? I thought that it was a different name. Are you sure we checked the submersible? There was nothing there.
Why would I need that trash? I'm not going to Villiers.
You saw her name on the passport, but before when I said her name is Clausia, you didn't seem to recognize it.
It didn't say Clausia in there.
What did it say her name was in the passport?
It was something. I don't remember. It was dark that morning. I only remember her face on the photo.
That was kind of a weird question because I knew that. Moving on, did you continue watching her after this?
I did. She had a face like an archipelago with those birthmarks. And a body hard and lean and bruised all over. Black and yellow. I could see she's taken a beating. I could see who she was, too. A spook. On the run. Revershal's the cloaca of capital now. All the bagmen and arms dealers end up here to do drugs and have sex like animals.
It is very compelling.
From the documents?
She had different color hair on the photo, and glasses. Forged. Some sordid bourgeois affair. I've heard about this kind of thing on the radio.
He's setting it up for you. The bruises. You can't make that out in a scope.
And you could see her bruises through the scope of a rifle.
You can't see bruises through a scope. It's just a blur.
Do I try it? Cannot be retried. I don't know if asking more questions would get me. You wanted to punish her, so you killed him.
She practically breastfed that man. You wouldn't believe the things she let him do to her.
I do like that scene, too. He shakes his head and stares at the
While he
ashes.
stands here and rots.
I don't think like that.
No one gives a shit what you think. You and your cronies kill 10 working-class men a day. I've heard the statistics on Channel 8.
You had feelings for that woman.
There's nothing to hold on to. Only this. It's not enough.
The coals of his eyes glisten suddenly, like stones dripping with water. Is he crying?
Man needs to feel something else. In this fight, it helps if you have your eye on something there. It's weakness, I know.
There have been others?
Yes, over the years. It's not unproletarian to feel something.
Is that why you left the dried flowers behind her window?
No.
Why then?
I don't really know. I was there one night and she was crying, like a child, in the corner of her room on the floor, like she does sometimes.
When was this?
The day after I killed him.
And you brought her Maybells?
Yes. I don't know why I do the things I do anymore.
You wanted to console her.
Maybe. I told you, I have holes in my brain now. I wouldn't just sit here waiting for you. If you came 10 years ago, I would have killed you.
In the silence, the lieutenant draws a line in his notes. One more down. It quickly
There we
comes to you.
The bruises on her body. Any chance you've seen them through a hole in the wall?
Oh, yes. cutting those drugs of hers into little lines with a knife. Masturbating.
Did you make that hole?
With a clip point knife.
Ever see her through a window on a roof?
Like that, too. Yes. Bending like a bow against the glass.
Yeah, I think there's just like delay. I don't know. Causing the delay. I had it set to like the lowest delay and maybe cause some lag, but it's all right.
I've been through all of Martinez. Every nook and cranny.
And that too.
Yes, that too. The things they did in that little room. What she'd do to feel good. Funny the way light works.
Yeah, I did
Turn
make it
on
here without
inside,
spoilers.
and it
Pretty
gets
pretty
so
fortunate.
dark out, you can't see a man looking in. I learned that in the 20s, when they were still hunting me. I've seen people do some shit, but...
Keep shaking his head.
Those two took the cake. You hear the familiar scribble of the lieutenant's pen. A quick glance at you. One more loose end down. We're doing this, detective.
How did you get in there? The hidden pinball workshop.
I can just walk in there now after a good wash. I told you, they think I'm an antisocial. Closing hour is a good time. The kitchen's empty.
You had to open the steel door in the kitchen? How?
I got that open a long time ago. Some bourgeois game merchant lived there. I don't know, 15 years ago. He left spare keys all over, and I took one. Then I saw her turn the light on one night in my scope.
Yeah, there's not much I can do about, like, I can't adjust the delay or anything or refresh. Unfortunately, I had it set to ultra latency so that like chats would come in faster. That's where it was last time too. We didn't seem to have any issues then, so it's okay. We're wrapping things up anyway, right?
And
well, hopefully,
use for it.
Not hopefully,
A
but like
spare
probably.
key, like the one hanging behind the Union box window.
One more thing. The flowers, Mr. Zoss. The dried flowers that were on the roof.
What about them?
There. He's already admitted to it. Just ask.
Didn't he already say he did? Did you leave the dried Maybells behind her window?
I did. I shouldn't have. It was a mistake.
Tremor passes the right side of his face. Why did you?
I was there one night, and she was crying, like a child, in the corner of her room, on the floor. I'd never seen her do that before.
Did it not literally just say that she cries like that sometimes, and that's why I left it? Now he's saying that he'd never seen her. Okay,
the day after I killed him.
And you brought her Maybells?
Yes. I don't know why I do the things I do.
Okay.
Maybe. I told you. I have holes in my brain now. If you came...
In the silence, the lieutenant drew one more down.
So in conclusion, it wasn't about him, it was about her.
Her.
He repeats, staring at the ashes, then the reeds. There's a twitch in the corner of his eye.
The lieutenant nods at you in acknowledgement. That's it. Motive. We have it.
Where is she? That's Clasier. I haven't seen her there for days.
I'm not at liberty to say.
I know she's gone. Locked up. Or on the run. She kept staring into the scope, you know. In the end, this last week, at the fort. Like she knew. Like she knew I was here. It doesn't matter.
Midtown, across the Bay of Rivershell, the oceanic wind washes 40-story towers. Above them, Lucerne Central Aerodrome, a cocoon suspended in the sky by a web of suspension wiring, encircled by hybrid aircraft.
Look north.
On the platform, a young woman is withdrawing from amphetamines, barbiturates, and alcohol. Yet still, she smiles among the crowd, among the great ghost of the city she's leaving, for another, far south, smaller, distant, hidden, not like the great chandelier she sees sparkle in the night below her. Streetlights, towers, tenements, and water, and across it, a dark strip of ruins, barely visible, if she didn't squint her eyes. There, on a dilapidated jetty, in a nameless village, 2 police officers and 1 special consultant look across a narrow strip of sea. The ruins of a sea fort stick out of the water, built by Philippe II, reappropriated by the Commune, then lost in the landing. He's there, doing what exactly I don't know. Satellite Officer Vic Mayer points at the ruins. Behind that anti-aircraft something. That's why we can't see him. Special Consultant Heidelstein is optimistic. We'll see the boat when he comes. Let's go get a coffee until then. I know this interesting little place. Where? His voice trails off as the 3 walk down the jetty. As the men go, Patrol Officer Minnow looks back over her shoulder at the crumbling fortification like a rotten tooth rising out of the water. Good luck, Harry, she thinks. You need something good for this.
We could get more. We've got him talking.
Who knows what he's seen and done over the years? You could get more out of him. He likes talking. Enough. Take him in. Bend his arms behind his back and end this.
Been looking at anything else you haven't liked?
A tragic comedy. Druggies, prostitutes, and rentiers.
More specifically?
Specifically, the whole city is a charnel house. Stripped clean and draped in neon. But Martinez is the worst.
How come?
Because of the racists. Everyone is a racist in Martinez. It's their favorite thing to do in the whole world. Listening to race-themed radio shows. In the ruins, in their lorries, pumped full of steroids and Radio Revachol 92. Race this, race that. It's all sanctioned by that Social Democratic Union and the farce of a Social Democrat who runs it.
Mr. Clare.
Yes, the fly larva in his container. He let some nihilistic advertising yuppies erect a statue of Philippe III, a syphilitic murderer, on the town square, to spit on the working class.
One finish.
Not since the serfs of ancient Pericarnassus has history produced a more inert social class than the Martinez proletariat.
They all have holes in their
the
brain.
The rest of Revachol at least pretends to rebuild. These people still live in ruins. In tents, like animals. Like those boom-boom morons on the ice. A pity they didn't drown in that tent of theirs. The worst of them is the blood-drenched Sucrion on her yacht, licking her lips. The old whore's gone now. Her gun-toting porcelain men are dead. So, actually, no. The worst is that old cock parading around in his uniform, throwing balls all day. It's not enough that the racists and liberals are dancing on our graves. The old loyalist ghouls still parade the ruins too. Every morning he's there, while the parasites he fought to protect are off in Ozon, or Quayamoran, or some other island they built their palaces on, feeding on drugs and having sex with their own children.
And he's bitter.
That's all the rich really want. Sex with their own children. Throughout history, even the royal bloodline of the suzerain, it's all just an excuse for them to have sordid sex. At least that old cunt, Frisell, is now dead. We did good when we pushed him under that horse car. If only, in the 30s, those disco whores...
The disco whores are too much. Hatred shuts down his brain's language center, leaving only a nonsensical sputter. There was something about a statue and nihilistic advertising agency people might be worth investigating.
There's something about the statue.
Syphilis is a disease Philippe III contracted in a whorehouse. The statue is an abomination.
Abomination?
The bacteria entered his brain and made him squander trillions on sparkling wine, cocainum, and monuments of himself. His son, Philip IV, the Insane, contracted syphilis in the womb.
That is technically possible, although Philippe III was not actually syphilitic. He was just mad.
And he still went on to govern Revachol for 25 years. We lost 2 million lives toppling that mode of government. And those grotesque statues, too. Hundreds of them.
But it's still there.
What a keen remark. Yes, it is, isn't it? It's still there. Do you know why?
Because the cynical advertising yuppies erected a deconstructed version of it?
That's right. Some advertising cockroaches erected a cynical deconstruction of it. We tore it down with honest working-class plastic explosives. And there it is again. Art is a bourgeois establishment. It's an affront to humanity. Every gallery should be bulldozed, and the artists should all be given 30 years of hard labor in Yekokata.
Wait, it suddenly strikes you. Perhaps it was not as it seemed.
Actually, it was not deconstructed so much as captured in the moment of the explosion.
What are you talking about?
It's not a monument to Felipe III anymore. It's a monument to the moment of Felipe III exploding.
What is this madness?
The lieutenant, too, has cocked his head and is looking at you with a strange expression.
It's not madness. It's a monument to what you did, to your program of destatuing Revachol.
So you're saying it's a communist monument now?
Not only.
Yes, and furthermore, the design bureau people are probably left-wing, too. They
We
often
did
are.
always have the prettiest posters. Maybe you're right. That is how dialectics work.
Nice.
But understand this. Art is still a bourgeois institution. And they all should still be sent to Yekokata.
Of course, straight to Yekokata.
Straight to the open pit mine, or cleaning up radiation in Severnaya Zemlya.
Yes. Well?
The ancient communard sizes you up, not sure what to think of
The
it.
smallest doubt takes root in him. Perhaps this cop is... No, it can't be. This has helped your standing in his eyes.
That's it for this afternoon.
The fat union man let them put it there. Corrupt as he is. Probably got a fat check for it, too. Shared with the law.
Accusations of corruption. Push them aside with a sharp change of topic, officer. Put the heat on him.
You mentioned the Union as a social democratic, and Mr. Clare is a farce of a social democrat.
Another hideous disappointment. Unions are the real enemy. The true enemy of the proletariat. Placating the masses.
Disappointment. So personal. He displays a familiarity with the Union's top brass.
Who's a disappointment? Everett Clare?
That deformed toad? I wouldn't expect him to wipe his own ass. I mean, the brains of the operation. The smart one.
Doesn't Everett run the Union?
That mobster toad couldn't run a shithouse. He has no political education. His twin, Edgar Clare, that one's been to one of those East Revachol universities. He talks a big game about uprising and alienation and so on.
You've talked to Edgar.
First against the wall with him.
The Clares wouldn't miss a man hidden in their own backyard. Not all this time. Nothing happens in Martinez without them knowing.
Of course. Maybe the Clears asked him to.
Have you approached them?
I haven't approached anyone. I hid. It was Edgar who came to me.
How did he know you were here?
He didn't just stumble in like an oaf. He figured it out. Some kids told him about a monster on the island. I told you, he has brains. Stepped right off the boat and walked down where you came. I even kept the door open for him. Thought he was the man of the left. Wouldn't rat me out. I was right about one of those things.
When was this?
20 years ago. Neither of them could walk now, could they? They were less fat then.
That's around the time the Clears came to power.
What did you talk about? Oh, Oh, the Union lady that
Edgar
disappeared.
did the talking. Paid his respects like I were a fossil in a uniform. Offered platitudes about the struggle. Flaunted his pink degree. Even quoted Marzov. Never trust a social democrat who quotes Marzov. Oh, and charity too. They love their charity. Offered me blankets and social housing. I still have the gas cooker he brought.
And he let you be here.
Let me be here? The ZOC is an unlawful successor of the Commune of Revachol. We took this fortification from the Loyalists. Even the Clares understand this.
They let him be here. Understanding was a courtesy. But why such a courtesy?
Mr. Dross, did you kill the Krenel mercenary for the Clares to incite a riot?
You know why I killed that fucker, Dwat. As to
Again.
Edgar,
Again.
I'm not doing anything for that swine again.
Again.
Again? What have you done for
The
Edgar
old
before?
Union.
Tried teaching him some Marzovian socioeconomics. They didn't stick. We parted ways.
Okay, he didn't do the hanged man for them. But he's insinuating something.
The previous forewoman, yes. Oh man, I want to get that so bad. Please don't fail me.
Oh no,
Dude,
the connection doesn't
That
come to you
pisses me
on
off.
such a pivotal
83%? Oh my god.
Do something. You can't zone out now. This isn't Doodaloo dance time.
The previous leader.
What?
To your right, you see the lieutenant give you a quick sideways glance.
About this deal you made.
The lieutenant immediately understood what's happening. He turns to the
with
suspect.
Edgar.
Please.
The death of the Colonel mercenary was only coincidentally beneficial to the Clares. But what about the other people you've killed for them?
Other people?
Like the previous forewoman of the Union.
That's it. That's what you weren't connecting yourself.
Thank you.
I didn't fight 40 years to end up an informant for the international regime. What happened, happened.
Still dumb. Your eyes are transfixed on his digit. It's yellow with nicotine. Before, when you asked him about the Union, he said it was a disappointment. They promised him something political.
They promised political change and they didn't deliver.
Look who's up. You're worse off than me.
We will have plenty of time to talk about this, Mr. Dross, when you're in pre-detention. It takes years in pre-detention.
Go ahead. I've been in solitary confinement my whole life.
Ease off it. This was not an unmitigated disaster. The lieutenant mitigated it. Just proceed calmly.
That's so annoying, dude. 83% a red check.
Horse.
Okay.
Every fucking morning for 34 years. Throwing that ball. One ball against the other. I've always loathed that game. That is not a working class game. I don't care what they say on Radio June. Royalist ghouls played like it was life itself. Click, clack across the water each day. And that uniform, like a parrot plumage. I won't even mention that he's a traitor to his race.
Whoa.
A Patank maniac race traitor.
Whoa.
I remember him. I remember him from Lanos. Not him, personally. His make and model. There were tens of thousands of them. I thought we took them all out before the liberals came to their rescue. We missed one. That one. Fat and plump, like a pheasant, just begging to be popped off. Please, Mr. Dross, shoot me.
Like to kill him?
Not yet. I like to look at him strut around, place the crosshair on his medals, right on his face, and just fiddle the trigger. Think about it. Let the bonbon melt in my mouth.
Save the treat for later?
He is a juicy bonbon, that one. A real treat for the black day. The blackest. When I put that gun in my own mouth, I think. No, don't waste it. Put this lead in that cock, Rene. For the boys he killed. And then I look at him throw those balls, and I suddenly feel better. I even hid one bullet, so I'd always have one for him. Haven't seen him there lately. Must be down with arthritis. Old cunt.
Jesus.
Momentarily, he's worried for him. He reminds him of himself. The same hatred. The same. You try to think of another thing, but no. It's just the hatred.
Glad we talked about this now.
Glad? It's all gone.
You can try this.
For a 60-year-old man with stomach trouble, who spent his entire life alone on an uninhabited island, he seems surprisingly fit.
That's it?
He's prone to erratic hand gestures and clearly malnourished. But that's it. You can see no more by looking at his slouched frame. The moment passes, and you say,
Yosef Lilianovich Droz, you're under arrest for the murder of Ellis Courtney.
What? But you said I would be taken to the...
The wind picks up. The silence on the water is broken all around you. Little shivers of waves appear. The lieutenant continues, like an incantation.
Your wayfarer rights have been suspended. Information provided to the officers on the scene will be used against you by the prosecution. You will be given legal counsel within 1 week and must face court in 44 days. Do you understand? Do you understand?
But...
You understand,
no,
sir?
I don't want to. I have to stay here.
He's sweating. Beads are forming on his forehead.
Your confirmation is not required, sir. Now on to the boat.
You thought you heard something, but it's just the reeds.
Oh, no.
Maybe we could all fit in there.
We could all fit in the little boat?
Actually, no.
There's a room for 3?
Not really. We could escort him to the pier, then either one of us can take him inland while the other stays here. But...
Dude, I'm getting like
But
completely
then,
fucked on
who
these
watches
checks.
him while you're coming back here?
Who watches him while I come back?
You come back for me? How about I go and send a boat back for you?
What is this farce? This is a fucking farce. I can't.
Lillian, you could ask her maybe.
Maybe get us that nitpicker to watch
This
him.
is no harmless old man.
This fucking world. This world. What is this?
No, listen. Listen now.
I can't. You didn't even give me the option because I failed the other one? If I had waited?
No. It would take a whole day on this island. You go and transport the prisoner. I'll be here. I can escort him to the pier with you.
No need to do
This
I'll be all right.
world. What are you talking about? Is this...
This voice turns out to Sungush wind.
The wind is cold from the east. Your skin is crawling suddenly.
Is there someone else here? It's the Phasmid! Oh my god. The Insulindian Phasmid.
A delicate tangle of arms and legs unfolds from the reeds, limb by limb, to then just stand there, moving its scythe-like arms in ghostly silence. It's still there, an unfolding mechanism of reed-like chitin, hovering in place.
What is that?
What are you talking about?
A giant stick insect.
There's nothing there.
The stick insect is over 3 meters tall. It looks straight at you with its tiny pinprick eyes and its grotesquely small head. You feel your legs shaking under you and your gun hand rise instinctively.
There is. I see
Tell
it.
me what you see, damn it.
Hey, could you see it?
I can see it.
4 simple words, thank God. If you can see, then you're not insane. But that means it's really there, spinning slowly, in absolute silence. Its limbs long and slender.
Be very, very careful.
Step towards the giant arthropod. autosave.
The creature stands on long stilt-like legs, antennae hanging from its head like a woman's hair, white and curled at the tips. It is no more than 5 steps away from you. Reed-like tufts stick out of its joints. As the insect moves its forearms, it produces a faint hiss, like a reel-to-reel machine spinning after the tape breaks. Slowly, with your breath held, you take 2 small steps toward the phasmid. The creature lets out a series of ultrasonic clicks that swarm around your head like swallows, like laughter, a sort of happiness. The tracheal system on the creature's abdomen expands in front of you to take in and expel air. It's smelling you.
Interesting.
Hissing and clicking, it extends its mandible-like antennae to greet you. You're right below it now, looking up at the colossal chitin of its white limbs. The head of the creature is crowned by reeds, and its eyes are like small droplets of water. The insect stops its stridulation, seeming to observe you. Below its crown of reeds, little pinprick eyes detect motion, glittering. The world stands still around you. Suddenly, there is silence.
I don't...
As you do, the invertebrate comes to life, its limbs moving independent of each other, as if each has a mind of its own. They are white, like stalks of porcelain, knitting above you, praying to you. The reed creature does not stop its stridulations.
It's praying?
It towers
I'm so
above you,
confused.
parting the reeds it emerged from. Tuft-like structures still rustle on its joints. Perhaps it is preparing to eat its god.
Okay.
There is no change in the insect's motion while it's being aimed by the camera.
I can see it is crazy hype. You're right. Because, like, so often we do shit that Kim doesn't
In 3.
see.
If it moves, you jump back. I'll shoot. Here we go. 3, 2, 1.
The shrill flash of the camera cuts the air like the blade of a sword. The phasmid freezes in its bright light. Head turned toward the lieutenant, hypnotized by the flash. It stands frozen before you. The sweat on your arms feels cold as ice, as if you're frozen as well, in the shadow of this great statue of chitinous marble.
I got it.
Yeah, the lieutenant whispers. The creature's shape develops into a paper in his hand, a polychrome ghost of white streaks against the reeds in the sky, and you as a shadow before it.
Immortalized.
I don't need to pet it. I think I'm
A
going to slow it
shudder
back off.
pulses through the creature's limbs. It jolts back to life, like a record continuing where it left off, in a swaying, praying motion.
Hello, I'm
Even
Harry.
The small black pearls of its eyes do not stray from you.
Yeah, this I wasn't honestly expecting this.
No reply. A total ancient silence comes from its mouth, along with what appears to be some kind of foam. The stridulations of its limbs continue all around you.
I feel like I should back off. I feel like I'm going to
The
get eaten.
invertebrate stops, raising its scythe-like arms and tilting its tiny head, formed from the fused plates around its mouth. For a second, the effigy is frozen. Then it nudges back into motion with a click.
Oh, yeah. That would definitely change.
Tell me what it's like for you.
I'm ill.
What is your illness?
Body aches. I'm bleeding. Ill in the head. I'm insane.
I am not. There isn't even a central nervous system in my head. Only mouth parts. We're eating white blood clots. Now I will tell you how it is for me. For me, it is a series of half-lit images. A kind of darkness being intruded upon transient, dim, moist.
I intruded upon. By what?
Shapes of plants and animals, and internal sensations. A swarm of sounds, tiny vibrations on the inside of my forearms. All speak of complexities totally beyond my understanding. I am at the end of a narrow funnel, weightless, so light, it only feels like something to be me. In truth, perhaps I'm nothing. I certainly do not have a soul, and if I did, it would never ache.
The fuck is happening to me right now? You're talking about I would like to be.
Are you sure?
Yes, I'm sure. Why do you ask?
Sometimes, when molting, I will grow a lost limb. One time something went wrong, and a small leg replaced the missing antenna.
That's cool.
No, the leg tried to move around independently, making it hard to walk.
You don't have a foot there now?
Yes. Thankfully someone ate it. The next time I molded, I grew an antenna again.
I'm a detective.
So am I. I was born to detect sucrose rewards and semiochemicals. What were you born to detect?
The killer.
He's in a bad state, deteriorating fast now. He thinks I am beneficial to him, but I am not. I only quicken his deterioration.
You're destroying him.
Very slowly, and only because he won't go away. It is meant to keep them from noticing me, to interfere with the pictures in their heads. But he has looked at me for too long, and I am destroying him.
Is this a dream? What is happening?
No.
No.
You're awake. I am real.
Is this a dream?
Light is
No.
forming me. This is real.
Where does this come from? All this around us, the world.
Not even the birds know that. Not even a water lily.
All we could do is beat our fists against it day after day with no
You can
answer.
also eat it. If it's a leaf, you can put it in your mouth. Yum yum. Or read.
What exactly are you?
I am an unknown species of the order Phantasmadia, endemic to the Insulandian Insula. For the last 350 years, I have hidden in plain sight, masquerading as the reeds, molding, cloning myself, unfolding at night to play with trash bins and boys, and went unnoticed by the first settlers and the land surveyors of the suzerain. Also, by the soldiers of the revolution and the officials of the occupation. Even the Seminoles Islanders who came here first, but did not stay, have not seen me. I have stayed hidden through 4 forms of government and 2 scientific revolutions, until I was accidentally discovered by a detective of the citizen militia in Revachol, district of Martinez, March 51.
Are you the miracle?
No. You are the miracle.
It was you, coming from the west, from the whirling. You were coming.
How?
The moral of our encounter is, I am a relatively medium life form, while you are extreme, all-engulfing madness. A volatile simian nervous system, ominously new to the planet. The Pale too came with you. No one remembers it before you. The Nidarians do not. The radially symmetrics do not. There is an almost unanimous agreement between the birds and the plants that you are going to destroy us all.
Wait, what is the pale?
It is a nervous shadow cast into the world by you, eating away at reality.
Global warming.
Unnatural territory. Its advent coincides with the arrival of the human mind.
I don't have that kind of power.
You're a violent and irrepressible miracle. The vacuum of cosmos and the stars burning in it are afraid of you. Give me enough time, you will wipe us all out and replace us with nothing. Just by accident.
How?
We suspect it will be something like the oxygen holocaust that wiped out anaerobic life 2.6 billion years ago, when organisms first started breathing. Only much worse.
Instead of air, you exhale thoughts. There are no trees that eat thoughts.
Where's how?
Everything your eyes touch goes back there, behind the nose mirror. What if you blink? Are we still here? Please don't blink. What if he misplaces us all one day? Or just forget?
Have I always thought this way?
No, you're only thinking it now. This is a revelation.
I've already already forgotten the whole world once when I drank too much.
So it is already happening. Soon, one of you will close your eyes and open them to see that none of this ever existed.
Kim, am I having a violent epileptic seizure?
It doesn't look like that, no.
What does it look like?
You're just staring at it.
I think I'm having a vision about the final fate of mankind.
Okay. Is it somehow related to the case?
A case? A case is meaningless compared to this. It's about our
I
fate.
think you should back away from the unstudied species now.
I have to say goodbye now. I have no more thoughts. That was all.
No, there is one more.
All the creatures I've met, you are the scariest. All the creatures. All I met, you are the kindest.
Thank you. I also have one more thing to say to you. That woman, turn from the ruin. Turn and go forward. Do it for the working class.
What woman?
You cannot lie to me. Behind you, it smells of fires. So awfully far you were prepared to go in her presence. And it.
I will.
She was middle class. It doesn't take a 3-meter stick insect to tell you that.
As you're turning away, the phasmid
Okay.
mirrors your movements.
What a
stepping
bizarre
underwater,
turn.
The long limbs carrying its feather weight without breaking its surface.
I, in no way, shape, or form, was prepared for that to happen.
And just like that, it's gone, skating away across the sea's calm mirror like a skipping stone, leaving nothing but circles on the water. And something under it, in the place it stood, bobbing there, among the reeds, a collection of items.
It's gone.
What's that in the reeds?
Looks like a nest of some sort. We should have a look.
You can walk on water?
Apparently, yes. Like a water strider. Only, I've never seen anything like that in my life.
What now?
What now?
Put his hands in the ash.
In some kind of strange, semi-catatonic state.
Our suspect is not looking so good. We need to check on him.
Oh, there's the scope. A helmet? Oh, I'm like in Kim. What the hell? And not in the way I wanted to be. Common 30mm sniper scope. Class A's passport. I wondered.
This passport, issued by the Sovereign Republic of Oranje, is issued to a black-haired woman called Katarzyna Alazie.
Classia's hidden documents. From the MT boy.
It's Klasia, with short black hair and glasses. She looks boyish, younger somehow. An old photo, before life came and did what it does.
What was this doing in the Phasmid's nest?
Maybe our man, Mr. Dross, took it from Classia's, or whatever her name was. Hiding place, or...
Oh, I guess that did happen.
Like a magpie? What a coincidence. Then it would also have collected the other objects, which would be highly unusual.
By now, the lieutenant has accepted your unusual methods.
I can see how the
It's
helmet
such an
could
expected
wash up
turn
on
of
the
events.
island. And the scope.
In retrospect,
Maybe Mr.
yeah.
Dross lost it. But to seek this out would be very unusual behavior for an arthropod.
Would it? Maybe it was simply curious. A curious octopus would do something similar. Or even a cuttlefish.
Perhaps it was curious, like an octopus.
An octopus belongs to a very different class. It's not even an insect, it's a mollusk. But yes, I see your point.
It says Katarzyna Alazie.
She said it would be for Anouk Meyer-Smith. Anouk Meyer-Smith.
Katarzyna Alazie was supposed to be her real name. Where Klasia comes from. Remember? God damn it. I told you she kept lying to you. She's probably lying to someone else right now, in another city.
That's, it was supposed to be her real name. She lied to us.
Yes, somehow she managed to lie
petite
to us
bourgeoisie.
one more time. In a way, she's still lying to us right now.
What's her real name, then?
I don't know. But it's not Katarzyna Alasia, or Klasia, or Anouk Meyer-Smith. We didn't even scratch the surface with her, Detective.
True.
Perhaps it's better that we didn't arrest her. Who knows what hell she'd be raising in my district by now.
That's Cope.
The winds are silent. The streets are empty of her. She is no longer in the city of Revachol.
All right. I guess let's talk to this guy again.
What is it? What do you want from me?
Sir, how could you have not seen
I
the
can't
past?
go.
Mr. Dross?
The man does not respond. He keeps staring, black eyes glazed over and bulging from their sockets. His gap-toothed mouth shaking with fear and longing.
Touch his shoulder gently.
The plastic cape feels coarse. A light shiver passes the man. Other than that, no reaction. He feels small and frail.
He's going into some kind of psychomotor immobility. The good news is, this solves our transportation problem, doesn't it, Mr. Dross?
The trembling mouth appears to sigh.
Between this and the broken tire he's used for a boat, I think it's safe to leave him here, while we go and get help. It will need to be medical first, I'm afraid.
What happened to this man?
Old age and shock.
I think it's the phasmid.
Yes, the arrest and the appearance of the phasmid, the combined stress. But you think it's something more than that, don't you?
There's much more. Remember what it said when it spoke.
He couldn't see it, Kim. It's just the reeds for him.
That could be part of the shock. But you're right, something is off here.
No response.
Maybe this is how the phasmid has stayed hidden all these years?
Then how did we see it? Oh, you mean, whatever does this, does it over time? Teenagers, kids, drunks, sightings are brief, and hence not credible. But anyone who spends a long time with it...
Yes, you forget it's there.
Mm-hmm. Mr. Dross, have you ever seen a stick insect pretending to be the reeds? The doctors will have to look at this. I hope your station has better medical personnel than 57. This is a little advanced for a nurse.
True. Could it be there's something hormonal in his relationship to the phasmid?
You mean pheromonal?
Seemed a little off for a man his age, Randy.
The scope, knowing of her bruises, his disposition toward Miss Oranje. I see what you mean.
I talked to the phasmid. It said it's destroying him.
You should be more careful, Detective. Are you sure it wasn't having an effect on you?
Maybe. Anyway, it's only trying to remain unseen. The degradation is a side
A
effect.
valid hunch. Long-term exposure to something like that could be neurodegenerative. Also, please be careful when approaching unknown species in the future.
True. He's been there for a long time. Who knows how much of it is in its company?
He did seem distressed when it finally came to arresting him. Like he didn't want to leave this place, and the insect maybe. I have absolutely forgotten to take notes. I hope I remember all of this. This will be one hell of a report. Thank God we have the photo.
No one would believe you without it.
Yeah, I'm glad I asked for that. We found some things in the phasmid's nest, Mr.
He
Dross.
stares into the reeds.
Show
The
him.
words don't stir anything in him.
Show him the helmet.
Nothing. Just
If Kuno kicked it into the sea, as he said he did, the ebb would put it back here. This makes sense. Mr. Dross could have picked it up. Or the phasmid even. If it did, this is incredible.
no reaction. His breathing is slow, and he appears very old all of a sudden. Around 80.
Did you take this passport and other papers from a boy on the coast?
The spirit.
He hears us. The spirit?
No reply. He's gone again.
Try something else? We got him.
I lost.
You lost it, Mr. Dross?
He turns his eyes to the reeds again, as he's done so many times. Beige and white stripes.
He lost the scope. Then it somehow made its way over there. With the help of a magpie phasmid? This sight is a T9, Mr. Dross. Was it attached to the rifle when you made the shot?
Silence. Not even a sigh. You've gotten all you will out of this poor being.
I'm gonna let you rest now, Mr. Dross.
The plastic cape flaps around
Hang
his...
tight.
We should think about getting back to the mainland. To get help.
All right. So it was the phasmid that was behind it all, in a sense. The phasmid's effect caused him to slowly degrade to the point where he loses his mind completely. It wasn't just the isolation. That's kind of crazy. I also really like that the killer isn't necessarily... Told the street ran up them long ago. He isn't necessarily like
the skiff is
a victim of specifically like
Next.
communism.
We are done here.
You know?
The skiff
Like that could have
drops
been
gently
any
under your weight
government
as you get
body,
in.
any...
The ride back is
anything,
uneventful
you know? It
and
doesn't
quiet.
have to be communism. It's the effect of anyone who dedicates their life to a certain cause, and that cause gets snuffed out and is looked down upon.
But for the sound of conversation on the water, there is someone inland waiting for you. 2 men and a woman stand on the concrete square of a nameless village, looking at a small yellow boat as it draws closer. The sea is calm. You reach the jetty and climb out of the skiff.
All right, fellow officers. Where are they at? Over
Look
here.
what the tide brought him.
Says the man without sunglasses. Suddenly his expression changes and he tilts the head.
Harry, you're bleeding all over the place. You're half dead.
Whatever this is, it is completely unimportant compared to what you've just seen. This is the man with sunglasses from the whirling in rags. But where are his sunglasses?
Wait, you're the man with the sunglasses.
That's right. And you're bleeding.
No one else seems bothered by the bleeding.
Bothered by it? Harry, you look like you need a fucking organ transplant.
That's fine.
Fuck it. Let's not get into that.
Who are you
Hello,
people?
I'm Trent Heilerstein. I believe we've met on several
Oh, that
occasions.
guy.
I'm your goddamn partner, Jean Vicomar, and this is your special task force. Or what's left of it. Special Consultant Trent Heilerstam, Patrol Officer Judith Minot.
Hi.
We've come to scrape what's left of you off the pavement.
Lieutenant Kim Kisuragi, Precinct 57. We've just come from the island, where our investigation led us.
The scene is making even him feel as though he has to justify your actions.
True.
We might need your help with something later.
As if he recalled that he's in fact a decorated police lieutenant and not a naughty boy.
But this is clearly a departmental matter, so I'm going to leave you to discuss it among yourselves.
Thank you, Lieutenant.
It's good to meet you, Lieutenant Kitsuhagi.
There's a giant...
We're not forgetting about anything. Look at you.
What's this about?
Ari, we want to help you. Trent, I believe this is where you come in?
I don't quite know what I'm doing here. I was asked to participate as an expert. I think I need to manage your expectations a little. I'm at best an enthusiast in cognitive science. My background is in something else entirely. I engage in neurology on a merely theoretical level. In fact, I should probably get going.
No, Trent, it's too late. You're part of this shit now. What have you got to say for yourself, shit kid?
What does he have to say for himself? He left you to catch the bullets.
True.
Shit kid. What an interesting moniker.
What's a shit kid?
You. Shit kid? That's you.
Maybe you've deserved it.
Aw. How'd you know I was here?
The cafeteria manager you fucked over told us where you went.
I understand.
And people on the street helped us too, with your whereabouts.
You never told me you're not the horse-faced woman. Duped again. No one's who they say they are. You mentioned a task force?
Yeah. Major Crimes Unit. Under Lieutenant Dubois and Vicomar. Ring any bells?
Refresh my memory. Who else is in this?
Refresh your memory? It's a goddamn Major Crimes Unit. There's you, me, Jude, Trent fucking Heidelstein, and Guillaume Baby.
I'm technically just a civilian advisor.
Okay.
Oh, fuck you. You're part of this shit show.
Yeah, who's Guillaume Bevy?
Oh, that's an interesting story, actually. Guillaume Bevy is a police reporter who joined our team. He was really good.
I'm
Then
glad you
he
had fun.
left because he lost faith in your ability to lead the unit. Other people have left too. Good, smart people. People we won't get back. Only me and this really patient patrol officer are still here. And Tron because I'm forcing him to stay.
Is this Guillaume Bevy blonde and partial to sunglasses?
Is this Guillaume Bevy blonde with sunglasses like you
See?
were?
There. He's getting it. I was impersonating him. Look at me, I'm G-Baby. It was going to be funny, but then you really did have brain damage, so not so much anymore.
He sincerely thought it was going to be amusing for both of you.
Okay, so what does the unit do?
It's a major crimes unit. We clear the desk of cases so Precinct 41 doesn't look like the worst station in town. We are shit tier now, Harry. Because of you.
The 41st isn't...
Where have you been all this time? There was a mercenary
God
tribunal.
Damn it, Harry. You told us to fuck off. You said we're cramping your style. Your detective god. Fuck everything. All we burn. Detect or die.
Wait, so you let me face a squad of trained killers alone just to teach me a lesson?
It wasn't like that.
Fuck you, Harry. We didn't know there was gonna be a tribunal, did we?
Why would you leave a literal police god? Oh, we'll burn satellite officer. I said all those things. I'm not like that anymore.
Yes. You're sorry. You're the sorriest cop who ever lived. Nothing has changed.
I don't
Harry.
want to...
I've heard this repentance shit a million times over.
None of this is ringing any bells.
The bells aren't ringing because you have brain damage. Trant, this is where you come in. How bad is it?
Well, he doesn't have visible tremors, he talks without slurring, he can drive a boat, he's standing, reasoning. All good signs, but complete retrograde amnesia, episodic and semantic.
Meaning, you forgot both who you are and the definitions of money, e-solar, pound, and so on.
As displayed in the station call, our interactions with him, and I don't want to be a snitch, but also mine with him before when Harry did not seem to know who I was. It's all very interesting.
Interesting?
Yes, interesting. I have my theories, but I would like to hear Harry's thoughts first. Harry, what do you think happened to you?
I drank so much I lost my memory,
Neurologically,
and I'm now slowly
psychologically,
recovering it.
and why not socioeconomically?
He is. He's getting better. And I can confirm that he drank a lot of alcohol prior to it happening.
I believe he drank. People do that, especially this one. What they don't do is forget their whole life because of drinking.
But Detective Vigmer, he has blanked out before.
I have?
Yes, a couple of times. After some of the more serious benders. One was after the two drunks case, the other when we looked into that mural.
So you don't remember not remembering. Beautiful.
That's why I felt like an attachment to the mural.
Interesting. So at first he dipped his toes into it, prepared. That's where he would have gotten the idea, yes. Practice. And then he used alcohol to get there, so to speak.
What do you mean?
Well, here's my theory. What if this is an absolutely normal reaction to the world we're living in? What if this is not a significant anomaly at all? Something to be explained, approached as a defect? Look at the sensory input here. Look at the ruins, the neon. Listen to the radio, the multitudes, the people. Live here for 40 years. As a police detective, he's like a magnetic reader on the world tape, to borrow a known metaphor. Harry's been pushed flat against it. Total input. Hardwired to the free market. He just needed for it to end.
Okay, Trent, thank you. That's absolutely meaningless. I'm glad we brought you. Will he or will he not be able to work in the major crimes unit? Is he a cretin now? I want to know that.
I mean, I solved
He's
this
not
crime.
a cretin, and he is able to do work. If not in his previous leadership role, then as a line detective.
Leadership, now.
I'm ready to lead again.
No one even mentioned that. I misphrased my question. It should have been, is he able to put his clothes on and use the body? Or do we need to get him on a disability pension?
What now?
Now, nothing. Now we're just going to stand here.
Really?
No. Now we discuss that. What the fuck did you do to a motor carriage? Why is it there, Harry?
I drove in the ocean when I was drunk.
Ah, so refreshing. He just admits it. Thank you for your honesty. Thank you for destroying 45,000 real of police property that's coming out of everyone's payslip.
Oh, good.
It doesn't
At
matter.
least it's not mine.
Your badge, Harry. Show me your badge.
I got my badge.
In a rush to demonstrate your badge,
Oh, no.
your eager fingers can't sustain a grip on the smooth plastic, and the badge slips out of your hand.
Get it. Yes! With the sword
Not
in hand.
today, badge.
Behold, my badge.
And your gun?
As if having your badge and gun are natural states, not achievements. What is it with all these material objects?
My gun is right here.
He has it. And he didn't drop it. You're drunk like a bum, Harry. Put that thing away before you kill someone.
I'm not drunk. I haven't started drinking again. So what? I've had a little drink.
A little drink? You smell like a corpse. I'm downwind and I can barely breathe.
I literally had like one
smell
drink.
Like shit. You let a suspect escape, Harry. Glacier something. Because you were too drunk to assess a flight risk.
We've read the reports. Lieutenant Kitsuragis. We know.
Glacier, she was some kind of spy from the Occident, specially trained.
Oh, well. If she was specially trained. I'm not even gonna get into the other suspect who also escaped. Yeah, Ruby's something, or the fact that you're Evra Claire's little peony now, doing I don't know what for him. That's small-time stuff. That's nothing.
I literally
That's a
didn't do
pure
anything
aside,
for him.
Compared to the 7 people who were gunned down, the streets are literally red with blood, Harry. It was fucking mass murder.
He did everything he could. We did everything we could. The company hired and vetted mercenaries. Lieutenant Dubois got between them and the locals.
Here comes the cavalry.
He did so at considerable risk to his own life. He was shot, not once, but twice. We stopped an execution, not a negotiation. The loss of life was minimal compared to what it could have been.
I also solved the case. It's solved, all of it.
Detective, it's better if I do that.
It's so much better if he does this. 1,000,000 times.
It is.
Thank you for the input, Lieutenant Kitsuragi. I didn't mean to suggest you didn't handle the situation.
He thinks of apologizing, but decides against it.
You've spent the week with him on this case. What is your take?
The case?
On Lieutenant Geoffrey Dubois.
Well, the drinking, the lost gun, also losing his badge, that's all true. And he's been drinking on the job.
The man sighs deeply.
Then there's the self-flagellation issue. He likes to apologize, profusely, making it sound like he's guilty of at least first-degree murder. It's not a good communication strategy for an officer. It's worrying, especially considering his political views. Detective Dubois is, as you may know, a Mazovian socio-economist. He wants to liquidate the ruling class, which, again, for a police officer, is a little odd.
Yeah.
You should yell something.
That's not a good idea.
Yes. Let's let the big boys talk.
Other still, he is also an ultra-liberal hustler who is always on the grind. How he reconciles these 2 points of view, I do not know. But he is vocal about both of them. And then there's the motor carriage in the sea, and the drugs, of course. Amphetamine, mostly. But despite all this, he is a great detective. One of the best I have seen, in fact. He can talk human beings into telling him anything. And he doesn't stop. In all the time I've spent with him, he has not once stopped working on the case. He is tireless, madly driven. Well, except that one time when he stopped to sing karaoke, which by the way was a valiant effort. He really sang.
Yeah!
Yeah, it was what it was.
Other than that one time, he has tirelessly worked on the case, and he solved it. We have a confession, a murder weapon, and the perpetrator, locked on the island right now, awaiting transportation. He apprehended a straggler who stayed hidden for 50 years, ever since the revolution, who's probably committed other murders over those years. Oh, and he also discovered a new species.
A new species?
A colossal stick insect. It was on the island, camouflaged as the reeds. It unfolded from the reeds. I think we may be dealing with the Insulindian phasmid.
He takes out the photo of the phasmid and shows it to the officers across the yard.
Don't lose it.
The wind blows, flapping the glossy rectangle in his hand. You hear gasps beneath the howling of the wind.
As you can see, it's about 3 meters tall. In fact, we think it may be the largest land invertebrate ever discovered.
Boom shakalaka, motherfucker!
Fucking hell is
Yeah!
that? Is this somehow connected to the case?
Detective?
Yes, I believe the pheromone it emits may be responsible for the killer's mental
The
degradation.
old man was not aware of the phasmid's presence. Exhibiting a strange, atypical dementia, he fell into a stupor after its appearance. he became near catatonic.
So it is connected.
I must say, this is absolutely extraordinary. I don't even have words for it.
Yes, it really does make it hard to fire the drunk.
His tired eyes follow the photos. The lieutenant puts it away.
This is a very, very sad man who has just seen something that's made him forget his sadness. Now you make your case. Now is the time. Now or never.
The killer, Lilanovich Droz. We have a strong motive for him.
Lilianovich. A revolutionary matronym.
A revolutionary matronym?
The custom started in Grad, where they have patronyms. Krasovich, Lasovich, etc. The revolutionaries saw this as a chauvinist atavism, so they used matronyms, derived from the mother's name instead. This man's mother was Lilian. His Lilian's son, Lilianovich. The custom was overturned after the revolution failed, but not before it made it to Revachol.
So, it is what a soldier of the ICM would be called.
Thank you, Trant. Thank you for that piece of cultural theory. You said you have a motive?
Of course, excuse me, I just thought it was noteworthy.
He wasn't quite sure about the straggler before he heard this detail.
It
must have convinced him.
He killed the mercenary in an act of jealousy.
Jealousy? I thought this Lilianovich was an old man. To have been hiding for 50 years. Like 70-something.
A strange psychosexual fixation. Aggravated, possibly, by proximity to the phasmid and its chemicals. He himself gave a political reason. Said he had killed an enemy combatant. Also, we have ballistics from the gun, matching the bullet found in the dead mercenary's head. And 2 officers on the scene that Mr. Dross confessed to.
It's a clean win.
Oh, it's way more than that.
Way more.
Way more.
It's more than that. A perfect folding mechanism, like the phasmid.
Perfect folding mechanism. Get over yourself, Harry. I can still smell the booze on the wind.
God damn it. It is bad. Even you can smell it.
Dude, I drank it like a day ago. 3 days ago. Also, the phasmid field. The real builds. The reeds are its nest.
Female? What makes you think so?
You had to see it. It had the subdued colors of a female. And the nesting behavior too, I think.
Incredible. Were there eggs in the nest?
Not as far as I could see. There were other things there, though.
It's interesting time. Forget about the rest.
It had gathered items in its nest, a helmet, a scope, and a passport.
Actually, you know, this would indicate it was a male. This is far from anything in my field, but I think such nests are called bowers. They are for attracting mates.
Bowers are built by males of the species who can't afford colorful mating displays physically. This one was plain colored.
It could have been.
Must be robust if it can move a helmet with its limbs.
I think it reproduces parthenogenesis.
As in cloning itself? What makes you think so?
Observation.
Well, then it wouldn't matter if it's a male or female. The bower would just be rudimentary behavior from before the parthenogenetic mutation.
That makes sense. Yes.
Nice.
Very interesting. Such organisms are extremely vulnerable to disease. A single strain of bacteria could wipe out the whole species. We're probably looking at conservation efforts here.
Had mandibles that looked like hair and was completely white on the inside.
Yes, but also reed-colored, beige and brown, a little green on the outside. After unfolding from a single stalk, it still retained parts that looked like reed tufts on its limbs.
So I have to call timeout. I've had to use the bathroom for like 10 minutes, and it seems like this is going to go on a little bit longer. I can't hold it any longer. I got to go to the bathroom. I'm so sorry. I'll be right back. Okay. Sorry about that. Oh, I don't know if you'll see this, but have a good day, Mappa. All right. Sorry about the delay on this stream. I went to the bathroom and came back, and my stream is
incredible.
Saying
The
that
PR
like I
value
just
of
went
this
to the
is
bathroom.
exceptional. Carp discovers new species. Maybe even discovers the Insulindian phasmid. No, that's too much.
This would really help with some of the problems we've been having.
Absolutely, this is great. This does not say vigilante murderers to me at all. This says science, news, human interest. You know, it's a really good thing you have that photo.
Yeah, that photo makes
Without it. You're doing good here. Perhaps only for a moment, but still. Quit while you're ahead? Or no?
There's also a dead man on the boardwalk, a missing person I found.
Yes. Fallen through a gap in a boardwalk. Drunk.
How'd you know I found him?
The body was transported to Precinct 41, our morgue. I had Tilbrook and Mullins take care of funeral arrangements and family stuff.
You're not the only cop in the world, Harry. This all comes back to us.
Still, good work with the missing person, Detective.
It's still a point for you. No denying it.
I don't actually have evidence of this, so I feel like I can't even really bring it up, but I'm going to try. The previous head of the Dead Bardars Union was assassinated by a
This
killer.
is a conversation for when we are no longer out in the open. In Martinez, where Everard and Edgar Clare have ears everywhere.
Understood, of course.
But a case against Everard would be big.
Yeah.
I would prefer not to partake in anything union-related, for political neutrality.
This has to be good stuff for him to backpedal out of it at first mention.
So, what do you say? Want to take this hot shit back?
I don't want to, but you discovered a new species and solved the murder. So I have to. Jude.
Honestly, anything that ends this trial is okay with me.
Agreed. The public relations potential of this is too valuable to let go.
Okay. We have vehicles in the square, and the perpetrator needs to be taken into custody. Let's go.
Now you will finally get to know who you are.
Wait, I have a few questions before we go about who I
The man
am.
looks westward, impatiently, jingling his car keys in his pocket.
Who am I?
Who are you? You're a gym teacher, Harry.
What?
Well, obviously you're not a gym teacher anymore, but...
But before?
Before you were a cop, you were a gym teacher in Coron. It's getting really cold outside. Should we maybe...
That does explain a lot.
Harry, it explains everything. The running around, the jumping, the bicep girth, your inexplicable facial hair.
The collection of found sportswear I've amassed.
Your love of retro-style dance music. How you're able to perform a 360-degree spin kick.
Also, this guy. Just everything about this guy.
Oh god, Contact Mike.
Of course. Contact Mike.
He's been on about Mike again. I hate that guy.
Contact Mike is a reprise of the most inspiring basic sporting principle of open competition, a 5,000 to 1 rank outsider.
Oh, you don't say. Does he also vault an impassable gulf of finance and privilege?
It is getting cold out.
When was this? When was I a gym teacher?
In your 20s or late 20s. You've really let yourself go since then.
You said Coron? Corin? I was a gym teacher?
Yes, you taught gym in Coron. I believe that's the term. Taught gym at a high school. You were a high school gym teacher.
Thank you.
The smell of sweat and glue. The worn floorboards. Coron is just east of Jamrod. It was a short walk every morning to the baseball field or the sports building.
High school. Harry, your goings-on with Kuno, Andre, Acel, the whole thing on the ice. That's why you are so juvie.
His smirk suggests barely contained laughter.
Why did I join the RCM then?
The regular. You found some chick. She inspired you to fight the big fight. Be more than you are. All that.
You, every morning, walking from Voyager Road to teach gym. She, leaving for the academy with her spring coat on. The air filled with the smell of smoke and raspberries and incredible hope. An ocean full of hope.
Okay, I see now.
I knew it. I knew no normal human being can run like that. He's an honest-to-God gym teacher.
Why am I like this?
It's not a mystery. Some chick fucked you over. Also, you were drunk.
Some chick? Who?
Dora something. Dora Ingerland. Yeah, you mentioned her name.
Wait, Dora Ingerland.
Something like that. Half Vasan.
Vasa is where beautifully and impossibly blonde people come from.
So we weren't even married?
No one is married anymore. This is Revachol.
When was this?
God, I don't know. 6 years ago? She was way before my time.
6 years and you haven't gotten over it? What the hell is wrong with you?
6 years?
Yeah. Or 7. You're not doing too good there. It's an old man thing. 2 old years equals 1 normal year. That and Dora Ingerlund really tore you a new one. A big one.
Who was she?
Incredibly bangable.
I mean, what did she do?
She was incredibly fuckable. A beautiful bourgeois woman. Way fierce. Like a Welkin.
I like the bicep girth comment.
Snow Welkin. Blonde Welkin. Heartbreak Welkin.
I've only seen a picture, but it's obvious you formed a real spiritual connection with how pretty she was. One you never recuperated from.
Look, the sun is about to go down. It's time to go.
I think she taught in the Académie des Arts, east of the river. Way east. Hard to say which came first, the middle-class chick or the drink. Egg and the chicken kind of thing. My point is, you need to see a psychiatrist about this shit. Not a psychologist. Several degrees harder. Is there something harder than a psychiatrist? A forensic psychiatrist? Go talk to that.
In other words, he's heard enough about this.
Yes, I went to Lena.
Who is Lena?
She lives at 1113 Tabernacle Road in Jamrock. Remember?
Tabernacle? It's on the way over. Near where you live on Perdition.
Fine. If we're gonna drop you off anyway.
She and her husband were conducting the search for the Phasmid. It's their discovery, in part. They should know as soon as possible. It would do you good to deliver some positive news for a change.
She is going to be over the moon.
She is. I'm excited for that. Okay, am I a dirty cop?
No.
No, because the suspects seem to think.
You're too unstable to work for a mob boss. You're suicidal, Harry. No mob boss would take you.
I assure you, I wouldn't consult for a corrupt unit.
He would immediately backpedal out of it. I told you it's not that bad.
All right. Lieutenant Katsuragi, what will you do now?
First I will go back to my station and write the most detailed report anyone has ever seen. It will have to be good to cover all these. Then I will have a serious talk with my captain.
About what?
Detective. We just stopped a small-scale war. Something is happening to Revachol.
Pulls up his collar and looks around, the cold spring light reflecting the lens of his glasses.
I don't know what yet, but it's going to be a hard spring for the RCM. We need to get ready, infiltrate, investigate.
Distant traffic. A scrap of newspaper drifts by, carried by the wind.
Want to do that at Station 41?
Talk to Captain Price? I'd rather not ruffle the feathers of 2 captains with my doom-mongering.
No, I meant investigate. Come work in Precinct 41.
Work with Price? I'm flattered, but I don't know if I...
Would fit in. Am crazy enough. Can take the stress. He doesn't know how to finish the sentence.
Don't go,
this
Kim.
This came as a surprise to him. Not a bad one, but he's at a loss.
Flattered? You're Lieutenant Katsuragi. We would be flattered if you even considered.
I would have to tie things up in GRIH first. But, I mean, whatever is coming, Jamrock will be more central to it than the harbor.
And we also have a huge caseload, Lieutenant. Piles that we need to get back to. Mountains, even.
Let's go!
I do like the sound of that.
He's really considering it.
Let's go! I'm ready.
Good.
Fuck it, let's go. Tron brought his motor carriage. It's a 20-minute drive to Jamrock.
Under the afternoon sky, the great district hums. A chessboard of wooden houses, 80,000 living souls, and chimney stacks. Fire traps as far as the eye can see. From Main Street to Precinct 41, to Boogie Street, forking into the snow-swept horizon. You close your eyes and hear the dogs bark. A lone woman sits by a factory window, dreaming of meteorite strikes. On Rue de Saint-Jérôme, a square bullet slides into a square-shaped chamber In Old South, a man without eyelids smiles. Spring has come. It's time. Torsen? Yes. McLean? Yes. Heidelstein? No. Vicmere? Yes. Dubois? Of course. Really? Nix Gottlieb looks up from the list. I hear he's unstable. You say that like it's a bad thing. Captain Potomny Price gestures with a ballpoint pen. It's dim in his office, and the curtains are drawn. Harry's our man. He'll pull through. When he does, he'll side with the people. Understood. Gottlieb returns to the list. Minnow? Of course.
Wonderful. Then can we please just go back to Jamrock now?
There we go. Disco Elysium. Long time waiting. 5 years since it came out, but we finally have done it. We have played through the indie game of the year in 2019. What a unique and interesting game. It was a lot of fun. I'm glad that I got so many people to come and check it out, come and hang out with me. And we'll definitely be back tomorrow taking on something else. I have a couple ideas floating around, no spoilers, but I don't know that we'll be playing games tomorrow. I think I have a different thing in mind, but we'll get to that tomorrow when we get to it. But yeah, that's Disco Elysium. I think most people who popped in have already played it, right? So it's, I guess, just what do I think? I think it's a really solid, really fun game. I was a little frustrated by the checks towards the end there. It really felt like I was struggling, like on good checks at really important moments. I just didn't get them. Very, very frustrating thing to happen. But, you know, that's part of the game, I think. I think I'd like to do a replay through. I think this would be a fun game to potentially do a challenge run of. Because I think if you make a new character, you could set all your stuff to 1. Right? Like, you could just have stats at 1 across the board. That would be a really interesting challenge to do. Is, all my stats are set to 1. How can I beat the game? But yeah, I think it's really unfortunate that this development team didn't stay together and that this IP is, I mean, it's kind of dead, right? Like, even if they do come out with a Disco Elysium 2, it's going to be a ways away. So, and it's probably not going to have really much involvement from the original staff, which is really sad. But as I think we do need more self-contained games. I kind of appreciate, like people talk about, like, Bloodborne needs a sequel, and I'm like, Bloodborne does not need a sequel. Bloodborne is a perfectly wonderful, like, game that can just stay a perfectly wonderful game. It doesn't need to be anything more than that. It doesn't need to be this whole franchise. That's my thought process on it, at least. But yeah, I'm very impressed by the voice acting team, especially when a lot of these characters, a lot of these people weren't really, like, reputable names. And you know, working through accents can be really hard. Yeah, I think all that was really good. I guess I was kind of hoping that there would be more of, like, a tie-in. And it sounded like we were kind of getting into it with the whole, like, he's kind of, that crazy guy's kind of been Everard's hitman all along. which does, you know, it makes sense, and I think that's interesting. It's just unfortunate that I failed to check on it. I would have liked to have dived deeper into that, but it kind of sounds like we got enough information to more or less say that that's probably what happened. Yeah, I'm kind of surprised the credits are this long. Let me open up. So I do all my reviews on GE, not like written reviews, but I score games on them, and I'll add it to my 2019 list. I don't think there needs to be a difference between, like, technically I played Final Cut, but I don't know. I'm not going to count towards 2021 games. Yeah, me too. I really appreciate that you were in here. I appreciate that anyone bothered to give me the time of day and hang out. I know this final stream ended up a little wonky with the delay issues, so I appreciate you guys sticking through that. Don't know why that happened. My system is still telling me I didn't drop any frames. Nothing should have been weird, but I don't know. But yeah, I really appreciate it. I hope you'll consider, you know, coming by again for other games. You know, I'm trying to hopefully build like a nice small little community here of just people that want to be nice to each other and hang out and talk about their favorite games. So if that interests you or someone you know, send them my way and we can continue to build on this. But I greatly appreciate you spending the time that you did with me. All right. I'm just going to say regular Disco Elysium. All right. Popping this up. What would I score this? I'm somewhere between a 4 and a 4.5. I'm really trying. This is actually tough because it's like right in between 4 and 4.5. Like if I could do 4.25, that's about where I would put it. So I guess I'll just. I think I'll give it the round up, and we'll say 4.5. We'll add it to my 20. Where's my 2019 games ranked? It's not even on here. There's a hardcore mode where all the checks are harder. That sounds frustrating. Oh, I can't add it to my list? Hold on, let me go to my own profile. Maybe I can add it from the list itself. "2019, add a game, Disco Elysium." Boom. Add that game. Now, where does it go? Clearly not this low. I think I'm going to go right there. I think that's a good spot for it. So there you go. And if you ever want to check out my lists and stuff, op.gg, that's the website. Both singers and not voice actors. See, I didn't even know that. I knew that they weren't like professional voice actors by any means, but oh, whoops. So there we go. Did it not save? There's another game in there, so refresh. There it is. So there you go. My 2019 games ranked. Disco Elysium cracks in the top 10. I just don't have the heart. I especially can't put it over Death Stranding, which is kind of a similar game. I didn't even rank this. Whatever. Or I guess beaten. But there you go. There's my 2019 listing and my grade for it if you're curious. I think the game's really good. I got a little frustrated by two things. One, the bugs and autosave system. Like I just had some issues where things weren't quite working right. It just seems like it needed another layer of like polish. And two, I do think that there's like it could be the journey could be tightened up a little bit, you know, just a little bit. There's a little bit of fat on there where there's definitely some down hours where it just kind of, there were several sessions of this, you know, we finished this over 8 streams, several episodes where it just kind of felt like I was doing nothing, like nothing at all. And I think some of that could have been cleaned up and the pacing might have been flushed out a little bit better. The reveal, I think, is great, and I love the parallels in the storytelling. Obviously, the story's like a 10 out of 10. Like, it's so interesting and compelling. It's just sometimes it takes a while to get to the compelling parts, and I think that's where you could tighten it a little bit. But yeah, that's kind of where we're sitting at. I kind of want to see if there's anything that happens, or if it's just going to keep on scrolling. Long credits. Long credits. And it doesn't seem to be skippable. I'm pressing different buttons. So we will wait. I just want to see if there's anything else here at the end. Let me talk a little bit about basically the way I'm just gonna stream some stuff for fun here until the end of the year. That's my plan, is to try to stream every weekday through to the end of the year, except for holidays if I'm busy. You guys understand. Nobody wants to watch Twitch on Christmas, and if you do, I don't know what to tell you. But I do keep these lists like what I showed you earlier for every year. Next year, I do want to start my list on stream, and then we'll kind of rank and add to it together. So if that sounds like a fun experiment, I want to see if I can play the most games I've ever played next year. And it seems like it's a good year for it, because we're actually getting like a lot of stuff on Game Pass and Xbox, which Game Pass is my primary way of playing games. So yeah, I think that'll be a lot of fun. We'll see how the stream is at the end of the year if I go through with that, but that's what I'm thinking in my brain right now. So nope, nothing at the end of the screen. Okay. What is collage? Accept. Okay. Oh, this is like a little picture system. Oh, okay. Get rid of him. Kill him. How do I get out of this? Yes, exit. All right, but that's it for me today. I really appreciate anyone who came in to watch this, or anyone who watches this later on. This was a really fun playthrough. I'm glad that I had so many friends and met some new people doing it. And we're going to be back tomorrow with some more stuff, and I'll find another project to start next week. I really want to play UFO 50. That's kind of the game I've had my eye on, so I think that's what we'll start next week. But as for tomorrow, I'm going to probably do something a little different. So yep, the game is done. It's on a big delay, so something glitched out with stream, so you're not even going to hear this for another fucking 10 seconds probably, but that's where I'm going to call stream for today. Don't worry, Josh, I'm going to talk to you in like 30 minutes anyway, right, when we get into a call for college football, so I'll tell you all about what happened then. So thanks for joining me, guys. I want you guys to have a great rest of your night. Hopefully I'll see you tomorrow, same time, same place, and have a wonderful rest of your day, my gremlins. See you next time. Peace.